It's not much shit going on. Now, rule of thumb when it comes to the media is when nothing is going on in the media, the only thing happening in the media becomes the biggest story and lasts the longest because people need shit to talk about. That's just what happens. And it appears that this Diddy documentary, I always tell y'all, the cheat code is dropping the album at the end of the year. That last week, which is this week. So when I'm going to tell you how it's going to go already. Savage is going to drop his album. He's going to get number one. Right? So he's going to get a number one going into next week. Then he's going to probably get another number one because nobody else is dropping. Unless, I think there's the Christmas album usually comes out, but I think his numbers is going to beat that. Then after Christmas, nobody buys Christmas music anymore, streams it. So Mariah Carey's out of here. But then we're approaching the first week of January. Nobody's dropping the first week of January because all the labels are still closed. So usually that's a third week at number one for the nigga who drops, or the biggest artist who drops this Friday. This is how you know Drake ain't dropping, you know what I mean? Because obviously also Drake and Savage are friends. You don't drop on your man's date, or you don't block his run if he's trying to have a run, right? So, yeah, he gets number one this week. If he could stave off the Mariah Carey effect, gets number one the next week. Then here's a challenge, and I'm gonna walk y'all through it, because this is how Savage could have a 5 week at number one. But here's the thing: Taylor Swift, I know it's Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift still got an album that's doing 90,000, which is ridiculous. You get what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. When was this album dropped? The Life of a Showgirl? Yeah, this shit was dropped in October, and it's still doing 90,000. So here's the thing. I think Savage is going to come out and do 170, maybe 200, but I'm going to just say 170. I think north of 150 is probably safe to say. So between 150 and 200. So let's say he does 175, right? The second week is going to come in around, I don't know, 85, 90. This Taylor Swift album, okay, so he's going to have to compete for the second week with Taylor Swift and Mariah Carey. If he happens to win that, Christmas is done, Mariah drops out. But Taylor's album, if you look on the list, Taylor's album is the only one that's growing. Like, Taylor's album is getting more and more popular, while everybody's album, for the most part, down 10% of last week compared to this week. That's Morgan Wallen. This one didn't change to some K-pop nonsense. What the fuck is this? This is Stray Kids, down 79%. Everybody's losing for the most part, except this. But this is a Christmas album. It's getting to Christmas time, right? This is an old ass album too. Did 50,000 just off Christmas shit. Look, everything Christmas is popping back up. 76%. Nat King Cole, the Christmas song, right? That's an album. Charlie Brown, Christmas, 67%. Okay. Oh, here's Mariah. You know Mariah. Mariah's coming for it. So this is when she gears up. She did 36,000 last week. She's probably going to jump up to 60,000 this week. And then Christmas week, she's going to peak out. By the way, this is why Mariah Carey never has to put out another album in her life. Because this album sells itself, it's like she's dropping a new album every year, even though she's not dropping a new album every year. Then you got Frank Sinatra, The Ultimate Christmas. It's always smart. Like, if I'm a label and I could give some advice to, like, artists, I'm going to tell the artist, yo, we all need a happy birthday song. No matter what happens, go shorty, it's your birthday. That's always going to happen. By the way, I think that Drake tried that with the Ratchet Happy Birthday. I like that song. I don't know if it connected like that, but you need a song that people are going to bump every year and never gets old. You target birthdays. Everybody got a birthday every year, right? And there's someone else having a birthday every day. You target Christmas because Christmas, and again, now these aren't easy songs to make because you got to make a song that is going to go down in time as like a classic, timeless, Christmas song if you're going to do it like that. What else? Birthdays, Christmas. What other days are like, there's just certain type of songs that just, they never get old, and every year they pop back up because it's just that time of the year again. Let's keep looking down at what's going on here. Oh, Romeo Santos got some shit going on? Holy. Is this new or old? Anyway. Christmas album, Andy Williams. I don't even know who that is. Pentanix? The Best of Christmas? Look, it's a bunch of Christmas shit. So right about now, remember, the labels stopped spending money. They usually pick the artist, and this is Savage's year, right? So Savage gets the last album of the year pretty much. Other people are going to drop, but there's no budget behind them, right? Like Savage is going to have a budget. So again, I was walking y'all through how Savage could potentially have 5 weeks at number one, potentially without any stiff competition, and definitely won't be no competition in hip-hop. So he would have number one this week, I say 175, then he's going to do about 85 the second week, but that's going to compete with Mariah Carey and also compete with Taylor Swift, depending on how Taylor is at. That's after Christmas. Then we get to New Year's. There's nothing open on New Year's, okay? So New Year's, you theoretically could get a New Year's number one with about 60,000 in sales, right? Around 60,000. However, I keep saying Taylor Swift, because her album is so consistent, if she's still doing 80K, she might take the number one from Savage that week. So that would be the third week. But if Savage beats her out again, he would have 3 weeks at number one. Then we go to around the 5th or the 6th. That would be the 4th week. The label still ain't open yet. So as long as Savage is still batting above 40,000, he could again have a number one for that particular week. And once we're getting to like January 15, that's when the labels are pretty much open, right? And shit start kind of going down. Also, the album kind of tails off, and other people like pop up. Anyway, I'm giving y'all the chart prediction watch, but I do think I've always I love that method. The big artist that drops. I remember A Boogie one year had like 5 weeks at number one, and it was a great album, but there was no competition. Like no one dropped, which who gives a fuck? I mean, it still goes down in the history books as a number one album for those weeks. All right. Welcome, y'all. Welcome. I know. I apologize. I should have had an earlier stream today. In me trying to get an earlier stream, I got a later stream. Whatever. We're going to make it do what it do. Welcome to the people on Kick, on Rumble, and, of course, on King Academics and the Academy. All right. So I really started talking about albums because I was talking about news stories. And the reality is this. There's nothing going on in hip-hop. Like, everybody who either makes content or the people who talk about stuff every day, we all need content too. And this is why there's something called a churn factor, right? There's a churn factor. If a news comes out, right, like certain things, they'll last for a day. Slightly bigger stories last for 3 days. Like a huge story is going to last for the week. Now, there's nothing really happening because not only are most celebrities, they're employed by maybe a movie studio or they're employed by a record label. When all those things kind of shut down, you kind of see really Hollywood and even the news cycle, unless people get arrested or something like that, that shuts down too. So this 50 Cent documentary thing, it came out at the right time for 50 because, number one, he's taking advantage of the same type of, dry period that I believe Savage is going to take advantage of, which means people, you have a clear air for people to consume this documentary. Now, not only is the documentary, I believe, benefiting from it, I think that all of the subplots that 50 is kind of like getting into to support the documentary in terms of promotion, which is going back and forth with Ja Rule, kind of calling out Jay-Z. You know, obviously now with Marlon Wayans, these things are still the biggest things we're talking about. And the documentary, I believe at this point, is like over a week old. So it's just kind of stretching it out. Pause. Now, if you guys haven't been on 50 Cent's Instagram, y'all got to go check it out. Okay? First and foremost, he continued to poke some fun at Ja Rule, right? And him and Ja been going back and forth. Remember, I read this whole thing by Ja, and I said, yo, this sounds like Ja Rule had a lawyer sitting next to him because Ja is looking like he ain't trying to get sued. And, of course, I was right. You know what I mean? Come on. Of course I was right. The wording, he even was so liberal with explaining at times, yeah, even though it seems like that 50 was never officially charged. And that is language of someone who has an editor who is trying to make sure they're not defaming someone, because in how it's written, it was written in a way to say, hey, listen, you know, we're just spitting the facts and we're saying things not only to drive a narrative that this guy's a bad person, but we're also saying things as well that could be in their favor. Anyway, I think he deleted that post anyway. Regardless, 50 posted this video kind of getting at Ja Rule. Now, remember, Ja Rule said he was going to do his own documentary. I think I talked about that yesterday. He said he was going to do his own documentary on 50. And, you know, there's a silent, I want to say majority, because I keep telling you, I'm talking to these rappers and these people who are celebrities behind the scenes. They don't hate Diddy like that. After all the details came out with his trial, I'm telling you, I'm going to keep saying, if Diddy comes out and does the gunner, they will accept him. But if he comes out and he's wilding, he's still trying to have 5 of his bitches on a yacht, he's on the Breakfast Club talking about he's trying to get with the next 25-year-old chick, talking about his brother, love, like it's gonna fuck him up. He gotta take this as a moment as being humble, come out. Yo, look at this. Yo, let me tell you, Gunna got the best PR. Yo, you go to Gunna's page, Gunna's doing a 5K run in every city. Like, you know what I mean? Gunna's now turned into fucking inspiration. This nigga look like he about to get a deal with CrossFit. Yeah, lost all the weight, doesn't talk. He brings he went to Atlanta, right? All them gangster rappers who from Atlanta, we don't see them doing nothing, but they hand out bullets and bodies like they're crews. They don't really do nothing. Gunna has been the person who's uniting the city. Yo, let's go on a 5K run. He's running with the people. You know, it's doing so much to help rehabilitate his image, but also kind of give off that image like, yo, this guy's a good guy. This guy is, you know, he's accessible, because sometimes, you know, that's what usually a lot of rappers, they would like to do to like people like Gunna or a 6ix9ine. They'd be like, oh, yeah, that rat don't come outside. That no, you can't say none of those things to Gunna. Gunna, by the way, what I do like that he's doing, he's not trying to prove himself. I think 6ix9ine always fucked up on that, right? Like, oh, I got out, but I ratted in. What's up with y'all niggas? Y'all ain't doing nothing. Don't do that. Gunna got out. Gunna has been showing, I'm not scared of the people. Gunna has shredded this image that he needs to hang around with the tough killers. All Gunna's doing is hanging with the people. He looks the most relatable. He's going on runs with them. Look, he's getting embraced. And again, you know, I don't want to doubt this and act like, you know, he's, you know, not doing this genuinely, because it looks like he's really into this fitness journey. But that is such a smart thing. Young Thug gets out, he want to hang with killers. Oh, yeah, that's not going to work, buddy. Gunna gets out, all right, fuck it. Y'all calling me whatever? Yo, listen, I'm not even going to get at that type of stuff. I'm with the people. So you see him out every city. You see him running around. You see him, it's the 5K wanna run. See? This is in Atlanta. He's running with the mascot of the Atlanta Hawks. Yeah, you see? You got the nice professional pictures. He does this everywhere. Look, Gunna has actually turned into a beacon of positivity, a beacon of uniting. This is why all the rappers in Atlanta who claim they don't like rats and want to get at him, we keep looking at them like they're the lame ones. Why? Gunna seems to be minding his business, keeping his head down, out the way. I'm giving back. I'm with the people. I'm one of the people. I'm shedding whatever image you have. I'm not posting that I'm in the trap. I'm not posting that I'm about to go kill nobody. I'm just doing me. Gunna has reclaimed. Gunna goddamn look like the king of Atlanta. Nigga went to Atlanta, ran around the 5K, and then he performed at the State Farm Arena. Sold it out. It wasn't Gunna and friends. By the way, it made news because Gunna shut down the stadium. He didn't have one opening performer. They've been saying that about Gunna's tour. Respectfully, Meek sold out the arena in his city. Nigga, he had about 70 niggas on that lineup. Well, it wasn't a lineup. It was him and friends. But he had 70 niggas there. Gunna's show, he don't do no openers. There's no nigga running out before him. They say a DJ plays, and then Gunna comes out and gives you his hour and 15, hour and a half, and leaves. Show over. Gunna not doing none of the fake kicking it no more. None of that. Well, I mean, they probably don't want to do it with him either, but Gunna is, we're realizing, let's see, hold on. This is his entrance. He's doing this thing. So I only said that to say, Gunna, if Diddy does what Gunna does in terms of humble yourself, that party lifestyle, you have to quit. You can't be, just like how Gunna, not saying he was the most synonymous with street shit, but imagery and how he's carrying himself, he looked like he is trying to shed any association or connotation with the streets. If Diddy gets out and says, listen, I'm pushing 60, which, by the way, when Diddy gets out, let's be clear, Diddy's 56. He's expected to be released in 2028. He's going to be 59, pretty much 60. If he gets out, doesn't have to be a rebrand, but he's not like, yo, after the show is the after party and after the party is the hotel lobby and no. Calm it down. If he goes about it that way, I'm telling you that I've talked to rappers in the industry how some of you are portraying Diddy. They don't see Diddy like that. And it might be for many reasons. Number one, Cassie isn't an insider to this industry anymore. Not only that, I think people actually believe that this was some malicious prosecution and that Diddy, of course he's a freaky ass nigga, but they believe that a lot of things that Diddy was doing, they do. There's a couple of rappers who pay niggas to fuck they bitch. Yeah. There's a couple rappers who all they do is threesomes and orgies. Yeah. It's a couple of them. There's a couple of rappers who they slap the shit out of their chick too. I'm not saying that's some proud shit, but that is in the culture of how these rappers is giving it up. So when they see a mirror image of kind of how they're living to a certain extent, now I don't know no rappers who's rubbing male semen on their chest, but in this other kind of deviant or degenerative behavior, they're not that outraged. And most of them align with Diddy in saying, man, these bitches just come around for the money, man. Like, yo, you wasn't forcing nobody to stay. You knew you was getting into. You knew what you were signing up for. That is the conversation. I've heard it a lot. Now, they're not going to get on social media and say it. They're scared of getting canceled. They're not going to say it. But that's what I'm saying. If Diddy comes back and he moves how he moves, you're going to see every rapper next to him. Now, of course, you're probably not going to see them next to him if he comes out and he's like, yo, let's party. No. But if he comes out, Moves a little bit different with some decorum. You'll see it. Anyway. Back to the original topic. So Ja Rule basically had put out that he's going to be doing his own documentary, trying to unearth the past of Curtis 50 Cent Jackson. Now, I'll tell you another thing that I hear a lot of people are saying. Not only do they rock with Diddy behind the scenes, and I mean, obviously, this is all contingent because I think they're going to rock with him when he gets released. This is contingent. Now, when I say I'm talking about rappers, like I'm not talking about corporate, entities or brands that want to align with him. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about rappers. Not only do they, I'm hearing this chatter from behind the scenes. Another thing I'm hearing from behind the scenes that a lot of rappers won't say is that this documentary, they just feel it's a hit piece but on some beef shit. Like, they're not looking at this like, oh, man, this is not a surviving R. Kelly blowback within the industry. Like, oh, my God, really? No. All the stories told in this doc are known stories, are myths, rumors, are things that people speculated on for many years. There's nobody sitting back and say, oh, my God, this is some brand new information. A lot of the things when people listen to Surviving R. Kelly, they didn't know the depth. That's not the same with this documentary right here. So most people, rappers in the game, they're like, man, 50's a cold nigga. That's what I keep hearing. 50 a cold nigga. I don't hear them reacting to the doc saying, yo, Diddy's disgusting. All they keep saying, man, 50's a cold nigga. Which goes into this idea that I think most people in the industry, they're going with this idea that this documentary was more of propaganda to make people, to heighten the dislike for Diddy once again, after some people may have been a little bit more sympathetic since he beat the RICO and the sex trafficking charges. So that's why Ja Rule jumped in and said, all right, if we're doing documentaries and we could just twist any type of historical event and put a narrative around it and make someone look crazy, well, I'll do one against you. Now, another thing I've heard, which again, these guys they're not going to say it publicly. They're skeptical of this documentary because of the name connected to it. They actually feel like it's kind of, they're looking at it like, yeah, it's no way you did this documentary thinking about the victims if the person who's heading this up has been, if you get what I mean. So, Ja Rule started down that route actually. 50 posted this. He says, in case you're wondering why these people are saying these very nasty things about me, LOL. He posted a Gene Deal clip, and this is what Gene Deal said.
So I opened the door, and the dude said, yo, I'm here for my cousin. I said, who your cousin? And he said, Ja Rule. I said, well, he busy right now. He said, he busy doing what? I said, he with Puff. They're in the room. They busy. They don't want to be bothered. He said, well, I'm going in there. I said, bro, you ain't going in there because he told me they don't want nobody to be bothered him. He tried to bum rush me. I grabbed it and threw him against the piano. When I threw him into the piano, Puff and Ja Rule runs out the room. Puff got his towel, Ja grabbing his towel, but they butt the naked. And so then Ja was like, yo, what's going on? Yo, Jay, that's my cousin. He know me well. And Puff was like, yo, Jay, what happened? I said, he tried to get in the room. I told him he couldn't get in the room. And he was like, Puff looked at Ja. He said, yo, Ja said, you ain't want to go in that room because there's a lot of freaking going on.
Oh, wow.
So I opened the door, and the dude said, yo, I'm here for my...
Now, after Puff posted that, no, not Puff, sorry. 50 posted that. Ja Rule responded by said, I thought Jughead was smarter than posting a blatant lie to the millions of your minions. Slander and defamation, dummy. Lawsuit on the way. Okay? Now, again, you know, that becomes a little bit iffy with the defamation thing. And I know everyone thinks there's a case of defamation at all times. It's not 50 saying it. 50 posted a interview, and if he had good faith that he thought the guy was telling a personal story, the only person who could verify if it's true would be the people there. 50 might be clear, actually. I'm not going to lie to you. Anyway, Ja Rule said he finna sue. Okay? Now, the next thing was the Marlon Wayans thing that keep coming back up. Okay? Remember we talked about this.
Ain't baby all close.
Nah, you stupid.
But yo, look, Puff is
Nah. You working with
I've known
Pac?
Puff for 30 years.
You saw Big before he passed?
Yeah.
Bro, so you're close. And Jack, what were you saying?
In the documentary, there was insinuations of, you know, that Diddy possibly had something to do with both Tupac and Biggie. And, you know.
Who's telling the story, right? You can skew
People very close to the situation.
But you can create any narrative as a producer and as a director and as a storyteller. I can create a narrative. I could be like, you know what?
You have?
I could create a narrative.
Well,
I
we
could be
see it all the time in reality shows. Like,
Nah,
on
yeah,
reality
that's right.
shows,
Yeah,
that's how they're
creating
you write a
narrative.
character.
It doesn't mean it's true. It doesn't mean it's true. I can get interviews. I can do this. I can get footage. And I could make you think this about that person.
Nah, for sure, yeah.
And that doesn't necessarily mean it's true. So for me, you know, I think, look, 50 and Puff have a long-term beef. It's personal. It's
Well, people are saying 50's wrong for doing it, but 50's right for doing it. It's divided.
It's between him and Puff. And before it's between him and Puff, it's between both of them and God. Just the way Puff is down on his luck and 50's kicking a man when he's down.
God is going to.
If 50 ever luck turned up on 50, you know, that you got to be careful what you put out. There's a karma to every action that you do. We ain't baby.
So he basically said, hey, you know, and again, this is what I've heard a lot of people say behind the scenes. Like, they feel like this is a propaganda piece, but this is beef. This is 50 versus Diddy. Now, obviously, 50 ain't like that. And 50 posted this white chicks thing, and he said, yo, keep my name out your mouth, boy. And everybody knows Marlon Wayans isn't a guy to back down. So Marlon Wayans, he actually hopped on his you know, his Instagram, and he posted this. He said, just for the record, bro, let's correct the narratives, Curtis. Rub-a-dub-dub. Stop. Now, by the way, you know, I have to let you know this is a AI picture from all, you know, research. Pause. 50 posts this picture, which I think is also AI. And 50 says, Diddy got this fool trying to get at me. No AI. That's your vibe, boy. Keep my name out your mouth. Oh, shit. So I guess this is a real picture. What the hell? Holy. Now, let me see. Marlon Wayans, Instagram. They've been kind of going back and forth on Instagram. He also posted a picture of 50. Said 12 years a slave. He said, now let's think about this, Fifth. Then he posted a caption while he was smoking a cigar. He says, just enjoy my life and my cigars before, this is a calm before the storm. For the record, I don't condone the abuse of women, period. Unlike some people who have a track record of domestic violence, I got 5 sisters and a mother I honor. I rep us always. Don't let anyone create narratives. Marlon Lamont Wayans is an exceptional man. Good day, Curtis. That's when he posted this. Then he posted this. He says, where'd you get all that baby oil from, Curtis? Many men, many men rub oil upon me. Okay. Made it a song. Then he posted this. He says, some people just be lying. Come on, Curtis.
To me one time, a long time ago, at Chris Lighty's wedding, he told me he'd take me shopping.
Oh, wow. So it looks like he's almost saying, wait, is he trying to act like 50 took May shopping?
He said something to me once.
So he's basically called him a hypocrite. Wow. Wow. Well, everybody know the way 50's undefeated via the internet. 50 posted a few more things of his own.
Those aren't the type of parties that I go to. I don't frequent those type of parties, and even if I go, like I said, been doing Diddy parties for 15 years, and I must say you never let me down, Puff. Ain't no party like a Diddy party. Good times, people. I've never seen any of this. I'm like, when I hear about it, when did that happen? I never.
What the hell? He also boasts about the success of the documentary. Stranger Things 5 earned 23.6 million views in week 2, while the Sean Combs documentary, The Reckoning, hit 21.8 million views, and according to 50, this was only in 6 days. Wow. All righty then. So they're going back and forth. 50 is, he's going to make sure anybody who is, let me see. He's going to make sure anybody who's super pro Diddy or super, critical of his documentary, he's going to get at them vigorously. Let's see this.
But when you give up your manhood, I've never seen somebody recover from it. That was all the people that went to the Puffy parties. That was all the people that did all those things thinking that there was never going to be a consequence for what they were doing. Get punked out and pimped out by some greater desire. You shouldn't have a greater desire than being a man.
So you see some guys struggling with that. You see Bieber struggling with that. You see some of these guys struggling with that.
They can't get it out of their head. They can't get it out of their head. The things that they did.
Was Marlon Wayans at the Diddy party? Now, it's so funny because we know so much more details and we still call it the Diddy party. Like, we don't know how the party wasn't the issue. The freak off is the issue, right? Like, it sounds like the Diddy party was just a wild party, but not like a sexual deviant thing. Those are freak offs that were separate. That probably happened afterwards, but not necessarily was connected to the party. Marlon Wayans, Diddy. I got to figure out what's the association here. Oh. So he's spoken on this before.
Not you stupid. But
he's spoken on this before. I guess on Shannon Sharp, but I thought he spoke on it before that.
Can I ask you about this? Because people be asking me about it. These Hollywood parties. Marlon, you been to the Hollywood parties. What's going on at these Hollywood parties?
I left early.
Why does everybody say that?
Because people think that.
I've been to plenty Diddy parties. I left early. I swear to you, I've never seen
the stuff that they claim to be going on.
I never seen it. I never, those aren't the type of parties that I go to. I don't frequent those type of parties. And even if I go, like I said, I've never seen any of this. I'm like, when I hear about it, when did that happen? Yes. At what time did this go down? Because I was there till 3:30. You mean 3:32? So they waited for me to leave? Like, all right, good. That Wayans nigga's gone. He talked too much. I've never seen it. Never seen nothing. I see drugs, I don't be seeing I'm not a man that's about the gangbangs and the this and that.
Yeah.
If I party, I like my own party.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Even if I'm me and, Back in the day, it'd be me and some chicks. It'd be me and some chicks. I don't need me, some chicks, and some dicks. Nah, this is my party. This is my swell.
Ain't no Amtrak going on.
It's all love. This a love session here. Like go, but I no Amtraks because that'll get you in trouble.
Yeah.
I see the forest through the trees. Cause I got God in my life.
Right.
I got my daddy in my life. I got my mama. Don't do that.
Yep.
Now you know better.
Yep.
Everything that you do, one day can come back to haunt you. So you gotta be careful how you show up. I don't have no blemishes on my NASCAR. I am brand clean. I don't go to jail. I don't do DUIs because I don't drink and drive. If I'm gonna have me a drink, I don't care where I'm at. I'm gonna call me an Uber.
Right.
I don't drink and drive. I don't get into silly
Beef,
things.
altercation, yeah.
Yeah, I don't do that. I don't carry jewelry or nothing to value because I don't want to give you a reason to want to rob me. I got nothing. You want a credit card? Go for it, man. You got 20 minutes parties, but like I said, I never saw nothing. People that want to come laugh and feel good, and I owe it to my fans to walk through this life and be an example as best as I can. Now, I will go on my runs. I will curse out United Airlines.
Yeah.
I will. When I'm mistreated, I'ma talk bad about you. But if I don't have to, I'ma refrain. But I watch my conduct. You have to watch your conduct. So I don't go to those parties like that. I've been to parties, but like I said, I never saw nothing. I'd be so surprised when I hear certain things. Like, that happened?
Yeah. Where was I when that happened?
Exactly.
White chicks. Did you?
Well, they at that party. A few.
Did you think white chicks was gonna, when you're making white?
I'm wondering if Marlon Wayans, let me see.
Personal. It's between him and Puff. And before it's between him and Puff, it's between both of them and God. Just the way Puff is down on his luck and 50's kicking a man when he's down.
God is going to.
If 50 ever luck turn up on 50, you got to be careful what you put out. There's a karma to every action that you do.
You think we'll see that day?
Huh?
You think we'll see that day?
I don't think 50 does dumb stuff. He's very smart, in terms of his business.
Nah, every dog got their day, man. Every dog got their day. That's the thing I don't think people... I think whenever people feel like they got 50 and it's done. You see, the thing is, I think there's a lot of niggas, they're just scared of 50. They're scared of 50 because they know when 50 start on them, it ain't going to stop. But trust me, if there's ever a day that they're like, yo, he's finally out of here, you're going to see niggas jump out from the woodworks. Chat, it's like early in the year for me. You know how many niggas who, man, they done got to work for me back in the day. Like, I may have, clowned them, whatever. It was niggas who I thought, especially them rappers who, I might have said something roast to them. They probably realize their career is washed up now. So, now we get on the phone and something, we're getting a little cool. The moment they thought, I think they looked around like, yo, I think he's finally out of here. They jump back out. They jump back out with the hate. So, yeah, I think a lot of niggas would want to kick 50's back in. It's just that he's been so bulletproof and everything. Everyone just stay silent. Put like this. His baby mama literally accused him of, even though later on, I think, did she take it back? I don't know if she take it back. She deleted it, though. But she accused him of, and usually that's that type of allegations people jump out on. But I think for 50, everybody was like, yo, man, I don't know what you talking about. Stop playing with that nigga Fifth, man. Stop playing with Fifth. But I don't know what it could be. But if there's ever a day that 50 is down and the whole industry know it is a wrap for him, you're going to see haters come out. It's going to be, you're going to see, it's like turn on the lights and you see the roaches running out, the cereal boxes, everything. You're going to see all type of shit, man. You're going to see it, bro.
I think he already had his.
I think we already would have saw it.
He got shot 9 times. He got his. He paid his debt early, so that's why he's like, F it. But look, this is between him and Puff, and honestly, it's between both of them and God.
Oh, that's interesting. Biz says, the internet's going to be there to protect him. Yeah, well, he is a very liked figure. right? He is a very liked figure. 50 has like a very interesting reputation. Like he's kind of a bully, but he's like the people's bully. Like we like it when he bullies people. And usually the internet don't like bullies. But we kind of like it when 50 does the bullying because his bullying is kind of usually, prefaced with the, man, I don't like this nigga. Like we know his history so well. No matter, even if we're like, yo, bro, give Ja Rule a break. We're like, well, I could see why you're never letting up off that nigga, right? We can see it.
Yeah.
So, only God can judge, and both of them people will have time to sit with God and talk about and through everything. And right now is Puff's time to sit there and have a conversation, a much needed conversation with God.
He ain't say nothing crazy.
Yeah, so 50.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So I guess back in the day, Marlon Wayans tweeted out, been doing Diddy parties for 15 years, and I must say, never let me down, Puff. Ain't no party like a Diddy party. So look like they're at least friends. Now, again, I'm not gonna take this on face value, meaning that he was fucking women or involved in freak offs with Diddy. I do think there's a population, and they're all like shamed to say it and explain it. Diddy threw the best, most expensive, lavish parties in the industry, and celebrities, they used to have options. Oh, you could go to this person's party, to this person's party. And the Diddy party, in terms of like, a private mansion party or wherever it was, that was the thing, always the thing that was bigger and better than everybody else's party. It's like these guys can't just like clarify that they have been to that, but they have never seen a freak off. And I thought we got a pretty good explanation during the trial. Like, yeah, like it's not that you go to a Diddy party and all of a sudden Cassie's getting railed in the middle of the dance floor. This is something that's happening at a hotel that is separate and aside from it. Usually it's days long, red lights. There's only 3 people there. We've never even heard about it. No, actually, only one freak off we heard about had 4 people, but it definitely wasn't some group activity where it's 10 or 12. Right? So maybe he's just cool with Diddy. And the problem is some of the guys, and this is how, the industry is kind of fake. Some of the guys, because of what we've seen about Diddy, they can't just say, hey, listen, yo, Diddy's a cool guy to me, bro. Yo, I've partied with him for a lot of years. I never seen weird shit. I know he got caught up in some whatever, but, yo, he's a cool guy. And, like, I watched that documentary. That documentary ain't it. That documentary ain't it. Right? So everybody, when they're explaining it, they do it in a weird way that comes across even more like they're protecting Diddy, as opposed to say, hey, listen, I can't vouch for everything he did, but everything I've ever seen with him is contrary to what I've seen in the doc. Now, some people are kind of like, taking aim at the doc to say it is a propaganda piece, which means it's not necessarily just an unbiased presentation of Diddy's character. Torre, journalist back in the day, he actually put out something where he is explaining the Diddy doc, and they use some of his content, so that's why it's actually very important, Chad. They use some of his content in the documentary, and he was able to try to give some insight, and he actually said that he doesn't believe that. He believes they have repurposed the message or the other things that was involved in the doc. Let me try to play a little bit of it right here.
That I am very briefly in show us 2 very different perspectives that combine to create the not guilty verdicts on the big charges. This one is a fan. She liked day 26. But you can see the glitter in her eyes from being around Puff. It's like she went to a concert.
That's a fact. She's definitely a fan. Shorty's a fan. I knew she was a fan of Diddy. And that's the thing about, jury trials. It's almost impossible to eliminate maybe being starstruck. I thought about that with the Milagro and Meg Thee Stallion case. Like, it got to be somebody that's on that jury pool that knew Meg, that probably didn't know Milagro. And probably somebody that knew Diddy that, not saying they didn't care for the victims, but once she said that there was a few things that Diddy said, matter of fact, I'll pull it up real quick. She was like, yeah, there's a few times we both laughed at the same thing. Like, we kind of, and I'm like, wait, if you're the juror and you're trying to have a moment in there with Diddy, like, come on now, bro. Come on now. Give me 1 second. Here it is. I think it's the last one, right? Yeah. Okay, here we go. Oh, yeah, she said, yeah, wait, how do you like day 26, but you don't care about Diddy? Diddy founded day 26.
But in general, the music.
Yeah, she a fan. That's good for Diddy. You need a couple fans up there. I always heard that the reason why YNW Melly hasn't, didn't get a guilty verdict was that there was somebody who, by hook or by crook, they said, I'm not voting guilty. It ain't happening, motherfuckers. That turned into a mistrial. So somehow, a true YNW Melly fan slipped in the jury pool. Now, I don't know how true this is, because, we haven't heard too much reports on how it became a mistrial. None of those jurors really came out to do elaborate interviews like we're seeing with these jurors. But that supposedly is the story.
They were saying things like this was a...
You never thought that she'll leave her. So it's like both hands clapping together. You cannot...
This thing was an old school player. That nigga was an old school player, chat. Word. Because he said he could realize that Diddy and Cassie, he had some toxic hoes back in the day. He had some toxic hoes back in the day. And he said he found that both of them were kind of into this together. Real nigga, man. By the way, when I was thinking about the jury, I always thought, I was like, you need some men on there that's lived life. So I actually thought older men would see it in Diddy's favor. Older men. Because you live on earth for a while, you gonna have a couple bitches put you through some shit. And I always thought they would look at Diddy and say, I always thought they would have the opinion that, well, both people are kind of culpable. I always thought female jurors, though, they were going to look at it and say, because women a lot of times, they don't think about it like how he's explained it, where it's like, you can't have it both ways. Like, you wanted this lifestyle, and because you wanted this lifestyle, you endured these things willingly. Women usually, they come across, for the most part, no disrespect to, we got some chat queens, a lot of chat queens in here, but sometimes they act like they're children, where they take the decision making, or they disregard the fact that they made a decision that came with a consequence. They focus on the consequence, right? It's like, well, she kept getting back with him because she wanted the money, the fame. She wanted to be driving all these luxury cars, living in this big high rise. She had multiple properties. She wanted that lifestyle. That lifestyle isn't entitled to no one. Now, not saying that you're going to get your ass beat for it, but if repeatedly, when you have multiple chances to not go back, to stop, at some point, I think an older juror who's a male is going to say, you're making that choice. You're making a choice. While a woman or a female juror might say, she's love bombed or she's like in a spec. I think that juror, Shout out to my man from 7-Eleven. He looked like he was keeping it real. He was keeping it true. He was keeping it true.
There were times where he would feel strongly, I guess, for something and would nod. But that's pretty much all it was.
You could tell she was a little bit enamored, or at least not saying starstruck, but the presence of Diddy was like, if you the juror, she's gonna kind of almost say that Diddy, but she remember his nod that he was doing in court, and it was reminiscent of making the band. No, you like Diddy, shorty. Now I'm not complaining, and I know Diddy ain't complaining because they should have got you off the jury pool if you have any type of. I'm pretty sure they should have asked those questions. Hey, did you ever watch like his reality shows, his TV shows? You ever bought an album? Somehow she was able to say, no, I've never done that. Yet she's very familiar with him. She said she remembered the nod he's doing in court. And this is what I know. First of all, I think she let Diddy fuck. But right here, where she remembers a specific moment where they almost have the same, they have a shared reaction. And if you're the jury, of course. What the fuck? And by the way, this is why I say, like, again, Diddy's team is a hell of a team. And this is why they have to take what they did as a victory, even though he did subsequently go to prison for a little bit. Diddy showed up. I had Lauren Conlon on, obviously, on the stream. And she was talking about Luigi Mangione. We going to actually get into that, some Luigi Mangione stuff, because the body cam video of him getting arrested is actually out. But Luigi Mangione, he shows up to court, very dapper down, tailored suits, this and third. He ain't richer than Diddy. Diddy got it all. Diddy got the bread. But Diddy showed up to court, and Diddy, I think by design. Now, granted, you're not going to get all that shit to make your beard still gray. So, obviously, you're going to see, he looked like an older man. He looked a little rotund, which means he looked a little, he didn't look like the guy that was walking with his robe on, like, kind of like shoulders out, ready to slap a bitch. He ain't look like that. He wore the Clifford Huxtable sweaters. You know what I mean? And that made him look more like a docile, older gentleman that probably was getting persecuted, rather than, imagine if he was going in there with those Tom Ford, three-piece suits with the fucking pockets squared, just like, kicking it with the cufflinks. Nah, it's not gonna look good. It's not gonna look good. You show up to court looking like Vince McMahon. Hell no, it ain't gonna look good. So he showed up, played a part, look a little rotund, look a little fell off. Wait till the last 6 months before he get out of jail. Did he gonna come out with a six-pack, man? Like, he ain't gonna come out fat. Like, But he looked the part and dressed the part to not look as menacing. And then, of course, he probably was, looking at the jurors and shit like that, probably, just doing one of these, Anybody want to hear that, man? Nobody want to hear that shit. Now, there is a lot of shit going on, chat. And what's going on is, I wasn't done playing the Tory thing, right?
Excited to share moments with him, to look at him during the trial, to feel the same things as him, to see him doing the same nod that he did during making the band. She's won over by the fame, and I'm sure that's part of why some of these jurors voted not guilty. Which is essentially what this man is saying. Why didn't she just leave? She explained that her career was...
There's a post where he's talking more about the doc. What happened to Kim? Oh, I think it's the big.
I just got to talk about one moment in the Diddy doc.
Scared to death. That's how real it is. I think somebody's trying to kill me. I'll be waking up paranoid. I'll be really scared. I just be paranoid.
So I did that interview. He's talking to me. The doc places this right before Peterson Auto Museum, March 9th. But you know what? We did that interview on the first album. That's him talking about the street, not the game. That's him talking about, I'm afraid of getting knocked off on the street. The first time I interviewed him, we were sitting in the hallway of his building, and if anybody started walking up, somebody from the crew would go down with a hammer. Who's that? Big said to me, I am afraid of the street. But I gotta be out here. I gotta live. I gotta show him my music. I gotta show him I'm not afraid. But I am definitely afraid. But the doc makes it like that bite about his fear relates to the Big Pac situation and his fear ahead of going to LA. He may have been afraid because he knew that he was in danger being in LA in that moment, but that clip is way out of context. It's from years earlier. I just got to talk about one moment in the Diddy doc.
Okay, so he's basically saying he did an interview with Biggie years before the feud with Pac, and Biggie's talking about, yo, listen, shit, the streets is crazy, and it was him talking generally about fear. However, in the doc, it's kind of meant to be like, you know, and they do paint a good picture, like, oh, Biggie really didn't want to go to LA, and like Puff forced it, and subsequently he went and obviously died. And they make it seem like Biggie was in fear of, you know, that situation, and he's saying contextually that's not accurate. So it just kind of goes to show maybe there's a little bit of propaganda, or, you know what I mean, it's not necessarily about the raw truth. It's about telling a story and telling a story that they want to tell.
Lil Rod told me what happened at Diddy's in a lot more detail than he goes into in the doc. He told me in order to make it in this industry, you have to first be co-signed by someone like Puff. He said there's a small number of gatekeepers in this thing. There's 50, he said. There's Dr. Dre, there's Jay-Z, there's Puff, there's a couple other people. He said as an up-and-coming producer or rapper, you got to get co-signed by one of them to get the other artists to want to work with you. So he felt like he had to be in Puff's circle to make it in the industry, and that meant going along with whatever Puff wanted. And quite often what he wanted was to drink. They were drinking in the studio all the time. Drinks, shots, couldn't really say no. You had to go along with the partying. But sometimes those drinks, those shots were laced. Aubrey O'Day talks about possibly being graped without knowing it. And that's what Lil Rod is talking about. He took a drink, and then hours later, he finds himself in the bed with Puff, and his butt hurts. And he's like, I don't know what happened because I was out of it, but I know what happened because I'm not stupid. But again, he felt trapped. The people around Puff are always saying they felt trapped. He's trying to get into the music business. He's working with Puff, and he's done all these songs on the Love album, hasn't been paid, hasn't gotten any credit. So he's like, I gotta stick it out just to get that thing, just to get in the door. Once I get my foot in the door, I can say no to things, but I'm trying to get in. Puff was great at taking advantage of people who wanted to be in the circus so bad they would do whatever. And you can sit at home and say, I would never have done that. And you wouldn't have. And 99% of people wouldn't. But there are people who would do anything.
All right. I think that's the only thing he had insight on.
If the Diddy doc is 50's attempt to destroy the image of Diddy even further, he missed the main thing. The doc spends a lot of time trying to get us to believe that Puff unalived Pac. After years of hearing this story, I still don't buy it. He announced to a room full of people, over 40 people, if you get Pac and Suge, I'll give you $1 million. When Pac beats up Orlando, of all people, Keefe D's nephew, they say, oh, now is our perfect opportunity to do that thing that Puff told us to do. Let's apply Occam's razor. What is more likely, that this happened because of a record executive from New York or the gang situation in LA? But if you really want to make Puff look bad, you should be talking.
Occam's razor is basically the most likely scenario is probably what happened, right? So it's like don't be thinking about the least likely scenario to make it fit. If it sounds like it that's what's happened, until you have proof that that's not what happened, go with that.
Talking about this situation. A lot of people think he is the reason why she's not with us anymore. She succumbed to pneumonia at 47? A lot of people have a lot of very real suspicion about what happened in this situation. If the real goal of the doc was to assassinate his image even further, this is where you go. This is the situation that I want clarity on. A lot of people remain very sad and have a lot of questions about what happened to this woman, Kim Porter. It's amazing to me that the documentary just flies over that whole conversation, doesn't even touch down. If the Diddy doc is 50's attempt to destroy the...
Yeah, well, I think it flies over that topic because you would have to get some of the people that's not featured in this doc to really like flush it out, right? Was I'm trying to think of some of the people that would be around at that time. It didn't feel like they did too much investigation on this. It definitely was more centered around drumming of the narratives around the Tupac stuff. But I think that this was just outside their realm. I don't think the family was going to turn on them. And even I'll be sure, I don't think I'll be sure, other than just spewing a theory, I don't think they had much to kind of work off to try to come with something really compelling that we could think any more than we do now that Diddy had anything to do with the death of Kim Porter, right? They should have got Farnsworth. Anyway. Okay. Now, after the jury thing, so the jurors stuff, they're coming this new theory now that maybe there was jury tampering, and they're saying that maybe 50 has the proof from these behind-the-scenes tapes. Remember, 50's on the phone with his lawyer saying, yo, we got to find a way to kind of influence the jury pool in a sense, and we gotta squash this, or we gotta hire PR. And essentially they're saying that it borderlines on jury tampering. Now, there's this idea, and if you guys don't know, there's some people that worked for Diddy. Some of them I know. And some of them were obvious. First of all, Diddy's lawyer was Tenny Garagos, one of them. Her father's Mark Garagos. I brought him up a lot. Mark Garagos is the lawyer I know most for the Chris Brown case. But he's a very popular lawyer out of L.A. He basically also kind of took up like this kind of like PR type of role during the like a lawyer PR type of role during the trial. Remember, Diddy's team realized that his lawyer kept putting his foot in his mouth. Remember, his lawyer's like, I don't know where a nigga gets 50 baby oil. Maybe he got it at Costco. And he was like, I don't know why. Shit, it takes me forever to get through one. Why? I don't know why somebody would need 50. So it's like he was making Diddy look guilty. And then he did the whole documentary. So they had to tell him, focus on court. And Diddy was right, because I would have fired him. Diddy was right. He was a great attorney in the courtroom, but he was not good to talk to the people. So they hired a bunch of PR people, and I guess, as he's filming some of these stuff behind the scenes, people feel like, there's jury tampering. And they're saying that TMZ,
I gotta say,
is getting ahead of this. By the way, Harvey Levin does a podcast with Mark Garagos, and they're saying some of these people who may have been involved on the media side of, kind of help kind of shift the narrative on Diddy while everything was going on, Now that they know that 50 Cent, Diddy's mortal enemy, has the tapes in hand and may have some off-the-cuff conversations. Remember, there's a cameraman just like filming Diddy everywhere. He might have been like, yo, TMZ, man, yo, run that story on that bitch Cassie, man. Run that shit, man. Run it. Now, I'm not saying that's what happened, but we're seeing people kind of move a little bit different because they now realize all Diddy's conversations was taped leading up to his arrest. So check this out. And they're also thinking about jury tampering. Here we go.
This is awful that Diddy owes his life to Mark Agnifilo, literally his life, because he could have gotten life in prison were it not for Mark Agnifilo, his defense lawyer, who had a brilliant strategy. And Diddy screwed him over when he hired this videographer to chronicle his life without telling Mark Agnifilo that when Diddy and Mark were on the phone, this videographer was recording what Mark clearly expected to be an attorney-client privileged relationship. Now, it is true that the client holds that privilege, the lawyer doesn't, but Mark's clear expectation was that this was a private conversation. These were private conversations, and that he and Diddy could talk openly, and Mark could talk to Diddy not just as a client, but as a person, and tried to guide him in a time leading up to his arrest. And unbeknownst to Mark Agnifilo, Diddy has got this guy recording the conversation as he's sitting there saying, "You are screwing the..."
By the way, he's not talking about Garagos on this one. He's talking about Agnifilo. But by the way, Garagos was it was weird how they brought him on. But yeah, as I said, Diddy's paid for a lot of lawyers, a lot of PR.
This up, you are messing up this case, we're losing. And knowing that that's on tape, and it's almost like he's performing for the camera and not telling Mark what's going on. And the really enraging part about it is that Mark Agnifilo won this case for Diddy with legal strategy. It wasn't just an accident that this jury that had heard all of this in the news before the trial voted not guilty on all the serious charges. It was Mark Agnifilo that did that. Yet Diddy secretly records this guy and embarrasses him. And yeah, you could say, well, Diddy never expected that it would end up being broadcast somewhere else. Well, okay, but Diddy was planning on using it, or he wouldn't have had it recorded in the first place. So it's just really, really unfair. And I know that in a way this sounds crazy, that I'm getting so upset about Diddy, and yet there's video of Diddy beating Cassie. Well, that's horrendous, but that doesn't mean you can't.
Yeah, I actually disagree with Harvey on this. You're a celebrity lawyer. You're getting paid millions. Yes, Diddy, who, yes, he's a little bit pompous. He was thinking, I'm going to beat this shit. I'm going to, come out victorious. I'm going to film myself going through these moments. And if I am successful, as I think I will be, I will get to use what I want. I don't know how we're mad at Diddy for, obviously it's not a smart idea to film yourself, but he didn't put it out. The only dumb thing he did is that I think he should have paid for the footage, that the footage never came out.
Look at something else as well. And I just think, as a lawyer, I just think this is just so outrageous that he would do something like this, and not even understanding what Agnifilo's legal theory was. Because I will tell you that when we did our first documentary on Diddy, which was 8 months before the trial, Mark Agnifilo said to me on camera that he is going to tell this jury that this was a successful black man that prosecutors were trying to take down because they couldn't get into his bank accounts because they were clean, and he couldn't deal with they couldn't deal with taxes because he wasn't committing tax fraud. So they go into his bedroom. And that's what Mark Agnifilo said 8 months before. And he goes into the trial, and he must have bought 1,000 bottles at Costco. And a lot of people just slammed him for that and said, how dare you? You're being disrespectful. The baby oil is the smoking gun in this case. Agnifilo knew all along that the baby oil was Diddy's best defense, because when Agnifilo got before that jury in closing arguments, he looked at them and he said, well, the feds came in with their armor and artillery and guns, and what did they do?
All right, Harvey. Shout out to Harvey, though. That's the guy, but...
Diddy really screwed up.
No matter what nobody said, let's just here and there, y'all are not working together the right way. We're losing.
Well, he says we're losing, but the reality is Mark Agnifalo's podcast.
Life in prison. The second thing that he did is by having a third party that's privy to the conversation, the videographer in this case standing there, there's no privilege, right? Diddy waived that entire privilege. Now, it didn't end up backfiring because it seems nobody knew. Diddy did two things here. Number one, he betrayed Mark Agnifilo.
What do you think? What do you think? To find out how Agnifilo really feels here. And Mark kind of skirted it some, but I think you get the sense. Diddy knew that Mark was being recorded, but Diddy didn't tell Mark. Does Mark feel betrayed by Diddy?
I've not talked to Mark about it.
What do you think?
Would feel.
What do you
think?
think?
I will tell you, I'll just tell you, if it was me, I would be more than a little upset. I was more than a little upset when the client didn't know and I was being recorded. I mean, there was a while there where I was meeting clients under bridges, freeway bridges, because I was PTSD over it. So I think as a lawyer, it is one of the most inviolate oaths that you take to protect the client confidentiality and the client privilege. So I don't know. I haven't talked to Mark, but if I were Mark, I would be out of my head.
Out of my head.
It's incredible. Diddy did two things here. Number one, he betrayed Mark Agnifilo, who, to your point, did so much for him. Obviously, without Mark Agnifilo, may very well be spending the rest. It seems
Diddy and his team were very upset when they found out that this footage was part of the
Okay, so it's not really a big deal. I feel like they're doing a lot over nothing. Okay. All right. Is there anything else? I'm trying to see if there's anything else with this. Probably not. Well, I guess there is. So, remember this guy? Clayton Howard. He's the guy who's suing Cassie. He claims Cassie gave him an STD. He claimed that he was emotionally, and he actually accuses Cassie of sexually assaulting him. He told a story of, he said Cassie had him fuck her on her period, and he felt embarrassed. By the way, this was him talking about the lawsuit.
The heavyweight champion of the world.
Cassie is Cassavelli. If she came out with another album, it should be Cassavelli, the last OG, whatever. Because Cassie this was a masterful Hell Hath No Fury Like a Woman Scorn. She double did. And see, this is why she messed up. She won when she got the money. She should have took that money and she should have moved to fucking Europe.
48 laws of power.
Yes.
Once you win, you stop.
Know when to stop.
Look. Once me and you go at it.
Those men may feel they don't have claims. They may
nasty work.
And it compels me even more to be the one to seek justice against her, because somebody has to do it.
Right.
She manipulated dozens of men. Okay, some of those men may feel they don't have claims. They may still be so infatuated with her that they're not making the connection. This guy makes the connection. I didn't know about these other guys. And if I didn't know about these guys and you were flying me all over the state based on the same thing you just did to Sean Combs, you're a co-conspirator. So if the government won't grant me my right as a legitimate victim of this cribbo conspiracy to hold you accountable, you know who will let me? The civil courts. And that's the only remedy for a private citizen when the prosecutors won't help you is the civil court. So this is why I sued her. I can prove she was a part of this conspiracy. Hell, she basically confessed to it on the stand. Why would no one want to hold her accountable for it and still support her like she's a victim, knowing she manipulated dozens of men?
Well, look, I have tweets going back months that.
Okay. Now, before I get into the latest filing, I don't know if y'all remember this. Hey, give me 1 second. I just want to refresh y'all memory of some of these stories. I thought this nigga was just lying at first. Shit, I still think that he capping a little bit. But he is very detailed.
She still had unprotected sex with me, and that was the strange part for me. I didn't want to have unprotected sex with her. I wanted to put a condom on. But she insisted on it. She told me she was on birth to put a condom on. But she insisted on it. She told me she was on birth control now, so we didn't have anything to worry about. She seduced me into telling me it had been months and she was missing me and all of this other stuff. So I succumbed and I had unprotected sex with her again. But when I left, I remember thinking to myself, for her to just get pregnant and be crying and saying it was so traumatic to go back and do this again, I lost a lot of respect for her after that. And that's when I really started to look at her like maybe she was just a slut. And I don't mean that with any disrespect.
Then he tells a story of how Cassie gave him chlamydia, bro. Check this out, dog.
Update on that and explain to the people why you suing Cassie.
Well, I'm suing Cassie because once I became aware of how vast what she was doing was, and I was able to connect the fact that I probably caught chlamydia because she was sleeping with dozens of men lying to me. And I learned a lot more about the law. I realized that for years she manipulated me by promising me money I never got, and basically just overselling a situation that she knew because I was in a less than a desirable financial position that I would go for. So what I'm suing her for is I'm suing her for the actual RICO that the government messed up on as the male victim that she sex trafficked. Because as you might know, it takes 2 predicate offenses in order to be guilty of a RICO, which is a commercial sex act and transporting someone over the state lines for the purpose of prostitution, which the trial totally revealed that she did. She testified to the fact that she personally sex trafficked me. She used a travel agent, and sometimes I would pay for it myself because she would ask me to pay for the ticket, and thinking it wasn't what it was, I would pay for the ticket. I realized I was victimized when I saw the extent of how much she had done. Because I used to talk to her. I didn't just walk into a room and put my penis in her. No, we would have hours-long conversations about life, what she wanted.
Yeah, this nigga is one of the sex workers who fell in love with Cassie. This dude is interesting because, bro, how are you the hired meat and you fall in love with the man's woman? You supposed to go just fuck his woman, get the bread and dip. You start pretty much falling in love with her. According to him, he claimed he got her pregnant, she got an abortion, but he claimed that, she also gave him some shit too, which is chlamydia.
With Diddy, different things she wanted to do, her career, her business. Not one time did she say, you know something, Clay, I like you, so let's just be careful because I'm doing this because Sean is making me. That's what she used to call him. I'm doing this because Sean is forcing me, so I don't want you to catch anything, so maybe we should use condoms. No, she's lying. She's hating on the girlfriend I have at the time, telling me that I'm choosing basic bitches over her. That don't sound like no victim to me, my dude, when you jealous because the male escort you paying got a girlfriend he want to see more than you. You know what I'm saying? It's just dirty work, man. It just confirms for me even more that minorities don't have any rights in this country.
Oh, man. Anyway, the latest update is that his lawsuit is actually progressing. According to the judge has actually granted him an allowance to serve, and an allowance doesn't mean money. They're allowing a different type of service. So when you file a civil lawsuit against someone, you have to alert them that there is a lawsuit that has been filed. That's the first step. So you need to alert the person who you're suing that you're suing them. That's after you file your complaint. Until you alert that person, a judge is not really going to go forward with it, and a judge won't then say the other person's not responding because they're saying they didn't know. You could imagine Cassie's $20 million up, actually $30 million, because she got the money from Intercontinental, $10 million, and then $20 million from Diddy. She's like out the way right now, right? And, you know, obviously she's probably ducking and dodging cameras and any type of interview. She wasn't even featured in a documentary. And Clayton Howard, I don't know how he got some bread to like do this, but like he got the lawsuit going and he's been trying to serve her. Now, at a certain point when you can't serve someone or the judge, you know, you got to go back to the judge a couple times with it. Be like, yo, we tried. We went to their house. We went to where their vehicles are registered to. We went to their place of employment. We went to, like, you know, you got to do some shit. The judge will eventually grant that the person could be served through alternate means. What does that mean? Yo, just go there and tape the fucking shit to their doorbell. They got to come home sometime if they're never home. What else? They might be like, yo, that person said they got 5 different properties. You don't know where they're staying at, but they're a person of note that, you know, is in a hip hop circle. Well, publish it in a big platform and you could serve them by the press. Let them find out through the media that they're being sued. Eventually, the judge will be okay with service if you can't find the person themselves to serve them. So now the judge in that case is saying, yo, y'all haven't handed the paper to Cassie. Maybe she's evading it. Maybe, you know, for whatever reason, she's just unavailable. You could serve her through alternative means, and this is after repeated failed attempts to reach her through traditional channels. So, yeah. This him
Good
again?
evening, TikTok community. This is Clayton, author of Cassie, Victim or Co-Conspirator, also recent participant in 50 Cent's documentary, which I will not speak badly about, despite the fact I do have some negative feelings about it.
Oh, wow.
So today, audience, Cassie was finally served with the lawsuit against her.
Oh, wow.
A lot of women out there believe that Cassie's a victim. And you believe Cassie's a victim because of the domestic violence she faced. Again, like I've said in a lot of different interviews, domestic violence is horrible and no woman deserves to be abused. But Cassie was not abused to be in no sexual encounters, people. That is a factual lie that was manipulated by the U.S. Attorney's Office. People, you may not want to believe it because Cassie's a beautiful girl and she was young when she started this, and many of you women who don't look like her look up to her because women look up to beautiful women. But just because a woman is physically attractive, it doesn't mean she's a damn superhero, people. Cassie's not a superhero because she's physically attractive. Cassie's a human being. Cassie, like every other woman on this planet, is...
By the way, one thing I do like about this guy, and I'm gonna give a compliment before I make a joke. He's pretty well spoken. I'll give him that. Pretty well spoken. I think he has a decent command of not only the English language, but you know his vocabulary is pretty vast as well. I will say though, yo, I kind of look down on Cassie. Yo, if this was Cassie's favorite eater, like this thing got piranha teeth. Like Cassie must got she must got that roast beef joint down there. Ain't no way. Cassie gotta have that roast beef joint down there. She was letting this nigga chomp on her pussy? This the nigga that was, nah, come on now. Like, yo, chat, you ever see, like, sometimes you be, like, idolizing these women, and then you see the nigga that was fucking that they were kind of, like, strung out on you. Like, what? Nigga, I had a chance. If he was fucking Cassie, bro, we all had a chance, bro. Come on, dog. Like, if this nigga was beating down them cheeks, this was Cassie's favorite eater. Like, yo, that's wild. That ain't wild, chat. Like, yo, that's wild. If this nigga was Cassie's favorite eater, we all could have fucked. You feel what I'm saying? Like, yo, this nigga was fucking. Yo, chat, I'm not even a dirty Mac type of nigga like that, but you gotta you'd have to use this type of line, like, yo. So one time my neighbor used this line on a chick, but it was talking about my brother. It was like, yo, because the dude he was like this. He was one of the best track athletes in his high school. He pulled up on a chick my brother had hit before, and he was just like, yo, I heard you let I heard you let Act Brother hit. Like, yo, you gotta let me hit. Like, you know, it's one of those. Like, yeah, you probably gotta tell Cassie, like, yo, Cassie, this was your favorite eater? Yo, I definitely gotta fuck them. Come on, it's lit. Damn.
Capable of deception and manipulation. Cassie lied, people, and I'm not gonna sit back anymore and pretend like this is not what it is.
Yeah, man, I ain't gonna lie. This nigga got a razor blade teeth. He got, yo, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Like, yo.
Many people hate Sean Combs because of the horrible things he has done to a lot.
Your nigga say he look like Beetlejuice. Yo, that's a fact. Yo, Clayton, I'm not even dissing you. I think you're intellectual. And listen, we men, so who gives a fuck about looks? Well, I guess in your profession, looks do matter, right? Because if you're the hired meat, pause, there got to be something going on. Maybe like down there, whatever, pause. But like, you know, I would imagine if Diddy was hiring the dude, he's hiring somebody who Cassie could be attracted to, right? Yeah, he kind of do look like Beetlejuice a little bit. I ain't gonna lie to you. He do.
A lot of people. Audience, I am not a fan of Diddy. He has done horrible things to people. But I am a supporter of those who may have been set up and maliciously prosecuted. Diddy was guilty, but the way he was prosecuted was wrong because the co-conspirator of that RICO was Cassie and Jane. Now, Jane I don't speak badly about. One, I've never met her. Two, she seemed like she had enough integrity in the end to tell the truth. Cassie is the only one still manipulating this victim position as she was forced to have these sexual encounters. Cassie was in love with Diddy. Cassie wanted to be the girl who showed Diddy that she was willing to do anything for him. People, I know this, I was there. For every woman who wants to go into my DM and you want to tell me why Cassie was a victim, stay the hell out of my DM. Because, baby girl, let me tell you something. Hashtag you wasn't there. You can't tell me about Cassie's victimhood when you weren't even there and you've never even met the woman. And
oh, man. Oh, these are some of the claims. It's an active participation. Howard claims that Cassie was just not a victim, as portrayed in her own lawsuit and Diddy criminal trial, but she was an active and engaged participant in manipulating and exploiting escorts. He alleges that Cassie forced herself on him and she gave him an STD. He also claims he was ordered to masturbate for hours, causing physical injury. Nah, chat, that's hilarious. Yo, chat, that is yo, that's like, what's that called, gooning or edging or whatever. I don't know what it is, bro. Yo, if you ever had to, you ever had one of them long days? I know it's TMI, but you ever had one of them long days on Pornhub? You on like the 90th page, bro? Like you just can't find that one position from the right bitch. You know what I mean? That go and do it for you, nigga. You've been stroking your shit now for like 25, 30 minutes. Every time you look up at the clock, the minutes are going by like this. Yo, at some point, your shit is rock hard, nigga. This shit, yo, my nigga, at a point, it should start feeling sore. Pause. You know what I mean? Like, I guess that's the injury he's talking about. The nigga said he jacked off till he injured himself. Like, yo, this is crazy, bro. Yo, he said he jacked off till he injured himself, dog. This is wild, bro. This nigga said he was ordered. I ain't gonna lie. Jacking off for hours don't even sound fun, though. I can't lie to you. No way. Jacking off for hours does not sound fun. Jacking off for hours does not sound fun, bro. Jacking off is like a quick type of thing. Pause. For hours? No. I could see sex for hours. Obviously with some breaks and shit like that. I could see sex for hours. Jacking off for hours is wild, bro. Hell nah, bro. Hell nah. So here's the abortion claim. He alleged that he got her pregnant during one encounter and she aborted the child without his consent or knowledge. Manipulation. He states that Cassie embraced Diddy's power and used it to manipulate him into participating in these encounters. I think that's actually a decent claim. He's basically saying, yo, yeah, just like how Cassie was claiming that Diddy had all this power and it was able to manipulate her, we got manipulated through Cassie using an extension of Diddy's power to manipulate us. Damage is sought. Damn, he won $35 million in damage. along with full recovery for past and future medical expenses and mental health treatment costs. What?
Violence is not a get out of jail free card like Monopoly, where you can get that card, get out of jail free, and still collect $200. No, just because a man put his hands on you, don't mean you couldn't have been a drug dealer. Just because this man put his hands on you, don't mean that you willingly didn't kill somebody. Just because a man put his hands on you doesn't mean you are not a scammer. Just because a man puts...
Yo, why this nigga... Yo, I'm still stuck on this nigga saying he jacked off for hours and had an injury, bro. Yo, that's wild.
His hand on him don't mean a woman can't be a hoe who likes large members and likes to sleep with a bunch of men. People, the probably the most damaging thing I'm about to say that people are not gonna like is this. Audience, Cassie was a hoe. Cassie was a hoe who liked to sleep with guys who were good in bed, and I was one of those guys. It's a shame that I am being attacked.
Yo, I'm gonna keep it a beat with you. He's good at playing victim, but I will say this. Yo, this guy right here, I don't even think he's pro Diddy. I don't even think like he like, oh nah, man, why'd y'all do that to Diddy? I think he one of them niggas is like, yo, it's no way you about to bust down 30 million and not give us none. Fuck that. Fuck that. Like, even when you hear him tell the stories, like, remember he said he was telling a story, he was with his chick, and he was just like, yo, Cassie gets on the phone. She calls me. She says, yo, whatever, I got 5 bands for you. I said, you got 5 bands? I left my girl. I went to go get that money. Like, he was always about the money. He's the type of nigga, like, I felt like if Diddy put 20 bands on the table, he would have fucked Diddy. He's a money guy. You gotta, if you heard his stories, it was always driven about the money. Remember when him and the other, like, escort used to be, like, doing joint interviews? He would say it. Like, he would say how much money he got and brag, basically saying, yeah, I got thousands. I don't know how you got hundreds. He was, like, he's a money guy.
And all of these women want to make it the probably the most damaging thing I'm about to say that people are not going to like is this. Audience, Cassie was a hoe. Cassie was a hoe who liked to sleep with guys who were good in bed, and I was one of those guys. It's a shame that I am being attacked, and all of these women want to make excuses for a woman who is a whore. Cassandra Ventura was a whore. She may not be a whore anymore. She grew up, she grew out of it. People change. It's okay. But that time of her life, she was a whore. She liked to have schmecks. She liked to schmuck Enos. She loved all of that, people. She used to do it for hours, and Diddy did not make her. The only thing Diddy used to make her do was stop when she was going too long, and that's the damn truth. Now, the sad part is that as the actual victim of this conspiracy, that I still don't get the same respect as Cassie because Diddy...
Yo, this is the final boss. This guy is the final boss of all the bullshit that, like, liberal propaganda been pushing. Liberal propaganda is like, yo, oh, everybody's a victim. When the victim speaks, whatever. But he's pointing out the blatant hypocrisy. Yo, is it because Cassie's a pretty attractive, non-melanated woman? That's why y'all believe her in her stories about a melanated man? But when I say that I was taken advantage of by Cassie, I'm not getting the same respect. I'm not seeing y'all rally to... Yo, you can tell, man, this guy's good.
He put his hands on her because she stole his phone and the damn freak off, and the man got caught on camera putting his hands on her. Suddenly, she's the Mother Teresa of domestic violence. People, this is a horrible misconception that is being totally manipulated by people because they need Cassie's domestic violence to hate Diddy. You really don't need Cassie's domestic violence to hate Diddy. People, there is a million different reasons to hate Diddy other than Cassie. People, you need to accept the truth of for what this is. Cassie is not a victim of that RICO. She is most certainly a victim of domestic violence, yes. She is certainly a victim of domestic physical abuse, yes, people. But it's not because of those sexual encounters. It's because she was in a relationship with a super rich and powerful man who was also horribly toxic and a drug addict. Those are the recipes for domestic violence. When you're constantly in a relationship with someone who is drugged up all the time, emotionally imbalanced, and has a super ego, women,
I like how he's holding a mirror up to, like, you know, especially liberal and progressive people who, you know, trigger words are usually like, no, let's listen to this victim. And he's like, no, I'm demanding the same amount of respect and the same amount of, like, hey, y'all should want to support me, Sue and Cassie, right? And we all know on that side of the world, it's like everybody's a victim. So now he got a whole TikTok channel going in.
Okay, people, continuing my series of speaking the truth with regard to the matters that I know and that I was involved in. I am Dave, or Clayton, here to talk about some of the things that people really wanted to know about the Sean Combs trial and the relationship between Cassandra Ventura and Mr. Sean Combs. The biggest question I see in all my DMs, the biggest, I want to say, comment sector, are women who keep using the excuse that Cassie was drugged, and in her drugged state, she did all of these things because Diddy was drugging her. Well, audience, I need to tell you something that many of you are not going to want to believe, but it is the truth, and I can tell you this truth because I was there for almost 8 years. Are you ready? Sean Combs, not once did he ever drug Cassandra Ventura.
What?
I never saw him force her to take any drugs. I never even saw him to compel her to take drugs. The one thing I can remember several times I did see was him try to stop her from taking drugs and taking so many drugs, because unfortunately, women out there, you're not going to want to hear this, but Cassie liked to get high. Oh yeah, Cassie liked to get high. She liked to smoke weed. She liked to take Molly. She liked to take ecstasy. She really liked to sniff ketamine. And these were the drugs and choices that she was, from my experience, always engaging in. Now, why would I say these things now? Well, because they're the truth. Why didn't I say these things during the trial of Sean Combs? Well, for those of you who don't understand federal practice, there was a protective order that allegedly was supposed to keep silent those who were to be called as witnesses in the trial. Now, the U.S. Attorney's Office are very, very, very intelligent. What they did is, even though they did not call me, they had me under this protective order, and they kept BSing myself and my attorney into believing that we were going to be called momentarily, and to be patient, because people, I wanted this over. I didn't even want to ever have to come out about this. I reached out to Cassie probably, I want to say, a year before Sean Combs was ever prosecuted. People don't think I'm just some guy who's coming out for clout and attention now. That's not true. I tried to deal with Sean Combs and Cassandra Ventura behind the scenes before I ever came public, before this book was ever written.
Oh, he wrote a book.
But audience, Cassie is incredibly, I want to use the right word here. She is arrogant. She believes, because she has been able to manipulate the U.S. Attorney's Office and the general public into believing she's a victim of these RICOs based off these domestic violence, that she's going to be able to lie her way out of this. And unfortunately for Cassandra Ventura, audience, Clayton Howard's not going to let that happen. See, the true victim of those RICOs was myself. Now, people might say that I got paid, but let's do some comparison here. I got a couple of $1,000s to fly.
See, I told you, he bought that bread.
From Miami, I want to say New York to California, from New York to Miami a few times. Okay, it's paid schmexual work. The truth about the life of Clayton Howard at that time, people, is that I had a girlfriend, and I was in a committed relationship, and that's the truth. You know, it said I was a sex worker, and yeah, unfortunately, when I was released from prison many years ago, I needed money, and, you know, I was in excellent shape. I was propositioned by women. I referred to myself as a schmex worker because it was the truth, people. If I received money from a woman to have schmex with her, that's what that makes me. But people, I didn't advertise as a schmex worker because the truth is, you can't. It's illegal.
I think he's avoid saying sex because he's on TikTok.
I advertised as a massage therapist who was giving people massage, and I'll tell you the truth. In the course of doing that, I was propositioned by dozens of women because I had a great body. I still do. I wear clothes now. I'm a little smaller, but I have an excellent physique. So because of this, in these rooms, because I had gifted hands with women and I was very cool, I got propositioned by women. Cassandra Ventura, out of all the clients I ever had in the past, is the only woman who contacted me directly on the first day, and I want to say almost directly implied that she wanted a schmexual encounter from the very first experience. She never told me she was in the house with someone, with someone else before I got there, but the way she talked that first time we talked, I knew what she wanted when I got there. I'll just be honest. And I was intrigued by it because she sounded so attractive, people, that I was so intrigued I went. I think I've told this story before. I never saw Diddy make Cassie do drugs. I can tell you for a fact that there was one time Cassandra Ventura overdosed with me present, Dave, that she actually speaks about during the trial. And she also states that after she had this overdose, that Sean Combs made her have a sexual encounter. Audience, that's a factual lie, and I can say it because I'm the guy she's talking about. Cassie had taken some, oh God, I want to say this. She had taken rugs. She'd taken these rugs. She was like super enthralled. The drugs were running through her system, whatever you want to call it, and she overdosed. And she passed out for probably, I want to say, 6 to 8 hours. So myself and Mr. Combs are locked in this, I want to say, 400 or 500 square foot hotel room, Holiday Inn, for hours, trying to wait for some sign.
Okay. We've heard the story already. All right, Clayton. Good luck, brother. All right. What else? Have y'all seen this? Not too big on the battle rap world, but y'all know Cassidy, right? Apparently, there was a rap battle going on, and I ain't gonna lie. Shit supposedly went left. Let's see if I can find the place where it went left. Here we go. Can I find it? All right, here. Jesus Christ. I wonder what the economy of like, or the, well, I want to know, how do these battle rappers make money? Is it like a pay-per-view type of thing? Like, I don't get it. Battle rap, the difference between that and music, you can listen to the same song a million times. I think a battle you kind of listen to once, right? And same thing with like Power Slap. Power Slap, it happens so quick that you're not watching a full fight or whatever, and we don't know how to even watch and prepare to get to watch it. Like, you'll watch it when it's on, Power Slap, but like, how the hell do you train to become a power slapper, right? Like, and how do you talk shit? Like, that's a part that people got to figure out. But when it comes to like battle rap, I'm wondering how these guys make money.
iOS 25's assimilation. We got microchips here. Even gigabytes got limitations. Plug them in.
Now, this Easy, the guy's name is Easy the Block Captain. I don't know why he has 4 things as his name, but they're saying this is the guy that we called again. Papoose knocked out. He said he walked in and Easy the Block Captain was either in the middle of crack-a-lacking Remy or about to, and he said when he seen him, he knocked him straight out. Now, this guy's denied it, saying it didn't happen, but, you know, you got to go through what you want to believe. But this guy looked like he's a, you know, I always said like he looks like the Walmart version of Papoose, which is kind of crazy. She went and got the Temu version. Rap, like, it's like niggas with their hot breath right in your face. They doing all the theatrics. It's a lot of this going on. Yo, I doubled down and I pulled the strap out, then I pop you in the face. Like, yo, bro, calm it down, dog. Calm it down, bro. Calm it down, man. And like, you gotta sit there looking unbothered. Like, I kind of like battle rap though. And then I love when the fans talk about, yo, he hit him with a personal. That was a personal right there, bro. Yo, son, that was a personal.
Update him. Nigga, you say gay bars in his pause era, even your IQ in the past.
No, bro. I want to hear Cassie rap. Let me hear him rap. The nigga hat brim hit you in the head. Or like, nigga headbutts you or some shit.
Guess what you did in your prime? Beat, nigga, I rewrote.
Oh, he said, back up, nigga. Enough, man. Nigga got halitosis. The nigga saying a lot of and pss. Like, you know, some spit catching you on the face, bro. Ain't nothing like when you feel a nigga's talking too close to you and you feel the fucking droplet of spit either land on your upper lip or bottom lip. You can't lick it and you gotta go like this, but he telling you something. You're like, I know this ain't what I think it is, bro. a droplet of this nigga's saliva has now entered. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. That feels gay.
Steak and it came to Philly artists.
Yeah. All that steak. Like, oh my God. You could just see the mist of spit coming off. Oh, hell nah.
Guess what you did in your prom? Beef, nigga. I rewrote.
Hold on. Back up, man. Yo, it's only so long you can take that bad breath, bro. Back up, bro. Back that halitosis up, brother. I ain't Remy, nigga. You got a cavity back there. He rapping like he got a cavity. Back up, brother. Back it up.
Stop touching me. Don't touch me.
Don't see? All right. I didn't. Now, yo, why do they do battle rap like that? Why you, yo, battle rap? Yo, Drewski, I'm gonna give you the skit right now. You gotta do a skit on battle rap. A nigga sitting there, just like holding his breath while another man barks in his face and lathers him with, yo, after the first round of battle rap, nigga, you look like a glazed donut. Pause. It's just mad saliva. Niggas just, yo, I'm up the street. You're like, oh my God, like what? Yo, oh my, don't say no word with an S, a P, a T, nothing like that, bro. It's just too much. It's too much spitting going on. You're lathering my face in your saliva. Pause. It sounds crazy, right?
Broke this second around and then I'll beat you.
Back up off me. Stop spitting in my face.
I rewrote this second around and then I'll beat you the fuck up. Punch you in the
Yeah, this is one of the places I would definitely not want to be, bro. Yo, one thing with battle rap, and I know, but I'm self-deprecating, right? See? So I'm not clowning people. Because I realize, yo, niggas can't take jokes these days. But still, yo, you go to a battle rap event, no girls, everybody got on a fitted, niggas is dressing like, niggas dress like me, low-key. Everybody got to fit it up in there like, yo, that don't look like a place I want to be at, bro. I'm going to be honest with you. Now, granted, I get it's all about the rap and shit like that, but yo, just look at this. Just look at this. And by the way, this is where the best battles happen, but still, like, this shit don't look right, bro. Oh shit, he said what? They ain't start doing what when they start making them when they made yours, bro. So you gonna get this boy belt? Yo, chat, what y'all think it smell like in here? Black and Miles. Like, what you think it smell like? Damn. Okay. I think they started again. I think they started back up and it went even left again. It got shut down. Oh shit. I wanted to hear Cassidy rap. How does Cassidy rap these days? Okay. This look like he's about to pull up a porn star. Let's see, Cassidy, easy.
Already seen that. Talking about you could have bagged my John. My John don't like niggas that's gay.
What?
DNA 2. No, you couldn't. We be coming at y'all. We be coming at y'all undercover niggas all the time. We be laughing at y'all niggas. My girl don't like niggas that's gay. She don't like niggas that be teetering on the fence and
the fuck.
Onto it. So all of that shit that he want to battle, he don't really want to battle. He really don't want to battle. We have a new date and all of that they gave me last night. I called this morning. I said, yo, did he say yes yet? They said he still didn't answer yet. I have a new date for Cassidy right now that I said yes to. He didn't say yes yet. It asked TBL, am I lying? That's why I said TBL needs to stop trying to play both sides of the fence, and they need to tell the truth of what's going on. Y'all called me yesterday for a date.
Okay. All right. Okay. Anyway. Real quick. Yo, shout out to my nigga Vlad, man. Yo, Vlad know how to break some shit down like a kilo of coke, bro. Yo, low-key, I've been watching like this Gina Conway interview, and I've been kind of getting into it. I ain't gonna lie to you. So she's been breaking down the story of how the whole robbery thing happened. She said Max got her into prostitution, and then basically she's telling the story of exactly how the murder happens, right? So I'm gonna jump into it a little bit. I want you to watch it. There's a new part that came out today. You know, Vlad, he just kind of stretched it a bit.
The guy take you shopping.
So this is a Max B story, right?
Is taking girls shopping. They don't usually stay at the house.
We had a drink, and then
so this is the part she's at in the story, right? Also, shout out to Vlad. Max got her selling pussy. She works in a club. She says she meets a guy one time. The guy basically wanted to hang out with her and offered to take her shopping. She said yes, she will. She takes the dude take her shopping. He's spending mad money. She said she's talking to Max this is how you know this shit is old. She said there was chirp phones, so she was doing a chirp phone to Max like yeah da da da. Later she pulls up on Max because they get back to the hotel and the nigga was trying to fuck her. She says the nigga takes a shower. You know he coming out. He's trying to give that big dick dictator type of vibe. You feel me? But she says she doesn't fuck him. She goes back to Max. When she goes back to Max, Max is like, yo, what's good? Like, yo, you ain't bring me nothing. You ain't get me nothing. She says no. But Max basically says, yo, where did you come from? You know what I mean? And basically at that point, hold on. Basically at that point finds out that she was with a guy that had money. She's like, yeah, this guy had a lot of money. Max says, all right, bet. Get with my brother. And that's Max's half-brother named Pooh Sims. And I guess Max tells his brother, like, yo, go get that money from that nigga. That nigga seemed like a goofy. Go rob him. She claims, and this is where, you know, I guess maybe I'm maybe a little bit PTSD, I got to be honest, right? Because, you know, for me, I really have a disdain. And probably this is why I never did an interview with her. And, like, you know, now that I think about it, like, I kind of don't care to do an interview with her. I'm going to be honest with you. And the reason why is that I think it's just personal for me. I just can't, I don't respect women who set dudes up. Like, shit, I had a woman trying to set me up. So, like, I don't really like that shit, bro. And also, here's the thing. I always feel like those women get no accountability. They get to be like, look at Alicia Andrews. She said, oh, my boyfriend was beating me up. No, bitch. You and your boyfriend, you was down to do whatever he said. Even if it was his idea for y'all to line up Fulio, you was with it. You're with it until you get caught. Now you're just a woman who's just following your boyfriend. Just like this chick, right? Like, she basically brings the killer to the guy he's gonna kill. You the one who would tell him this guy got a lot of money, this and third. And essentially, you tell on everybody afterwards, and now you get to say, and you're gonna watch this. She's gonna be like, yeah, he's the one who introduced me to drugs. Like, he gave me so much drugs, I was kind of out of it. He's the one who did this. Like, he used to, basically takes no accountability. And that's the thing with women. You get what I'm saying? Like, no accountability. And I think that's what I'm like, but I want you guys to watch for yourself.
Then I went home, and then like the next morning he called me and asked me did I want to go shopping, and which it wasn't even, it was like a couple of hours later, you know, because it wasn't even that long.
Okay,
so she goes shopping.
He stopped to take a shower or something. He was like really going in to take a shower.
Okay, so they get back to the room after after shopping. He's trying to fuck. She dips out because she was talking to Max during. She goes back to link with Max.
Shower, and you know, I guess like I was waiting for him. I was supposed to wait for him, but I wanted to leave, so you know, I went to meet Max because I was talking to Max on the phone. Like,
So she went to go meet Max. Now she meet Max at some basketball court.
Key before you left the room, or you?
In Lincoln Projects, and so you know, there's a lot of people outside. They were all like looking, and he had like, you know, he's really loud, like a loud bravado, and he's like, you know, oh, what the fuck? Oh, you're here. Like, what did you get? And he's like grabbing my bags.
So Max checking out what she got.
And him and his brother start talking.
So then she basically says the guy got money. Max talks to his brother on the side. Now, this is where I'm always skeptical with these women. She claims she had no fucking clue what they were talking about. Now, you know why this is important, chat? When a jury or later on the feds or the prosecutors are going to look at this, she seems innocent, like, oh, I didn't know you guys were going to rob him. I thought you guys just wanted to meet him at the hotel, even though y'all were bringing duct tape, gun, everything. She's acting like she was not in the plot. So she says, oh, they're just talking over there and I'm just waiting. Come on, nigga.
And like, I think he told me to go and like get some drugs. And then when I came back, basically, that's when he told me, you know, he told me to like go show his brother where the guy was staying.
She's acting dumb, but she's not dumb. She's not saying that she knows the plot. But come on, if you have a brain, you do know the plot. Why would your boyfriend ask you to show his brother where the guy who brought you shopping is staying? Come on. Doesn't take a genius, but she's acting naive.
Okay. You had testimony when
he wanted me to take his brother to where the guy was staying, like to the guy's room.
No, y'all were going to line the nigga up. You were supposed to show up. You're the person he knows, and then the guy was supposed to come in and take the money or put a gun to his head. Like, come on, stop playing.
Okay, and like we mentioned before, his stepbrother, Kelvin Leardman, a.k.a. Pooh Sims, also had another nickname, Killer Kev.
Now, Vlad is slick. Vlad is kind of spelling it out like, so you think you were taking Killer Kev to meet somebody who you just told Max B had mad money to have a meet and greet?
I didn't know that name.
Now she ain't never hear no Killer Kev name.
Yeah. So, at that point, when the three of you talked about the plan to go rob Alan in his room, Max
Vlad just says it. She's been trying to not say it. He just says it.
Actually called a taxi for you and Pooh Sims to go find a hotel room.
Yes, he called a driver that he knows. But yeah, I wasn't involved in the discussion with.
Bingo. See? This is the thing with females, man. Now I wasn't involved in the discussion. They just planned it. The only thing they told me was just show him where the guy is. Come on, bro.
They discussed it. I was off at the side. He just came and basically told me to go and show him.
Come on, bro.
Show his brother. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So women have a really good way of like, oh, I didn't do nothing.
I wasn't involved in the formulating of the plan or whatever I don't know anything about that. I was like sitting on the side.
And watch, now she gonna blame the drugs, saying, oh, I was drugged up. I didn't know what was going on.
You know, like basically in a daze. Because I was like, you know, I was high on ecstasy and I wasn't really coherent of the whole thing. At that time, I wasn't really being coherent of what was going on because.
Oh, I'm high. I didn't know they wanted to rob the guy. They just said they wanted to go meet him. Okay.
You know, I would say I was purposely put on ecstasy so that.
Now, this is the thing with every setup thing. When they get caught at some point, they blame the niggas for doing something to them to get them to go along with the plan. No, I think they drugged me for me to. Shorty, you've been taking drugs with these niggas every night. Stop playing. Stop playing.
That I can be like conformative.
Coerced?
Yeah, like I guess like more easy going, you know.
Okay, so you guys get in this car, and I guess you don't quite remember which Holiday Inn it was, so you're trying to figure out which Holiday Inn in the area.
Okay, so they didn't know. She forgot where the Holiday Inn was, and they had to call like a bunch. By the way, the cops used that later because they had phone records of this guy calling Mad Holiday Inn, so they realized it wasn't like they just stumbled upon where this guy was staying. They knew they were trying to find the guy, right? Okay. All right, let's get on to this next part real quick. And now they find it.
Well, first I seen the gun. I didn't see any of that stuff, and so
here we go. Yo, Vlad is such a great detective because Vlad is gonna say the part that they don't want to say because they're trying to downplay it. Vlad's gonna be like, so you see the nigga with the duct tape, and you see the nigga like, yes.
He had some duct tape and a rope.
You don't know what's going on, and you seen a duct tape and rope. Come on, man. Come on.
And a gun. Well, first I seen the gun. I didn't see any of that stuff until I saw the gun. He pulled the gun out and basically told me to get out of the car. I did that right there. I did not know that was going to happen, you know. So I got out the car or whatever. I didn't even know that I was supposed to get out the car. I would never have went if that was, you know, the thing. Like, I think because I had a choice. Like, either I could just like, you know, be embarrassed or maybe fight Max or just go and I wouldn't have went. I didn't know. But yeah, I was told that he had a gun. And
gun,
then
duct tape.
The gun was
rope.
basically there. He told me to go and open the door, and you know, we got on the elevator, and that's when I saw the rope, the duct tape, and all that stuff.
All right. According to testimony, you also saw he was putting on gloves.
Yeah, he did that, on the elevator.
Gloves, duct tape, rope, gun, and you are the person bringing the nigga with that to another person, and you don't know they finna rob him. Even if they didn't tell you the plot already, you don't know the plot now.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you may not have known what was about to happen when you're getting to the car, but you see a guy putting on gloves, pulling out.
Thank you, Vlad. Yo, Vlad is my type of Fed. Vlad, thank you. Yo, Vlad, man. Yo, Vlad's the deputy superintendent of detectives, brother. That's my guy. This is why Vlad is the GOAT at interviews. Fuck all that other shit. Fuck all that, yo, in the streets. No, fuck that. Yo, let's really just ask the real. Bitch, you want to tell me you see the gun, the duct tape, the rope, the gloves, and you don't think that they about to do something criminal here, bitch? Thank you, Vlad. Get federal, Vlad.
You got a gun, rope, duct tape. You have a pretty good idea.
And the nigga name is Killer Kev. You're with Killer Kev with a gun, duct tape, rope, and he's putting on gloves. What do you think he's going to do?
The next step is, why not just say, okay, I don't want to have anything to do with this and just run out the door and figure it out?
Because I was...
Nigga, she wanted some of that brat. Yo, Vlad, you see, that's another thing with Vlad. Vlad be knowing the answer to the questions, man. Somebody said what?
Scared of Kelvin, and I was scared of the gun. You know, I'm not used to being around guns like that. Like, I don't know. He never even like said one thing to me. Like, he was very cold. I don't know if he was going to shoot me. Like,
oh,
you know,
man, chat. Now the story switches. She went from I'm high, oh, I never heard the plot. I didn't think that we were gonna. Now it's, oh, I seen the gun, but I thought he was gonna shoot me. I didn't know what he was gonna do. I was just scared now. Oh my God, women, bro.
Telling me to do something and there's a gun in my face. So like, that's why. Fear.
Well, you had said that Max B was on the phone the whole time leading up to the robbery?
No.
This is why Vlad is good. Vlad done read the transcripts. Vlad is asking her, but he's doubling back, and he's catching her in lies. Remember, she's saying, oh, I'm so scared of him. Oh, you so scared of him? While y'all are going there, you say you see a gun, you see all these things. The reason why you don't say nothing, you're scared. But you say you was on the phone with Max B the whole time. Like, what you mean? Oh, she's like, oh shit, fuck.
No, he wasn't on the phone the whole time, but I'm pretty sure like him and his brother were like calling each other periodically and like checking in, basically.
Okay, so you get to the room and you actually have a key.
Yes, I had the key.
But you knocked on the door?
Yes.
What happens next?
A girl answered the door. She yeah, a girl answered the door. And when she answered the door, you know, when I knocked on the door, actually, like, I was coming off the elevator, and you know, I'm coming this way. Here's Pooh right here with the gun pointed toward my face in the door. So I'm knocking. When I knock on the door, the girl comes to the door. He put the gun to the girl and told her to shut up and cover her mouth. And then he, we went inside and went in the back.
Right, so you guys get inside the hotel room and the girl, Giselle Neves, was there with Alan.
Yes.
You close the door after yourself. And what happens next?
Next we was in the bathroom, and basically, you know, Pooh told me to tape the girl up in the bathroom, and you know, tell her to like don't move or.
Now this is why she said, hey, I didn't want to do that. It's because he has a gun and he's kind of looking like he might shoot me. So if now I tell you that I tied the girl up, you're going to be like, oh, well, you had no choice. You ain't with it. You just had no choice.
Whatever, just tape. He basically told me to tape the girl up. And so I went in the bathroom with the girl, and, you know, I basically told her, I did what he said. And I basically told her, like, look, I'm scared. Like, I don't know what this guy's gonna do. I don't know him like that. I said, I don't want to get hurt. I don't want you to get hurt. So, you know, let's, you know, just do what he says.
Mm-hmm. And this is where the murder, I think she talks about murder.
Okay, so you duct tape Giselle. Now, does Kelvin start pistol whipping Alan?
Yes. Yeah, he started to pistol whip him.
Okay, and does Alan get duct taped also?
Yes. He asked me to duct tape him as well.
Okay, so you actually duct tape everyone in the room. So everyone's duct taped, Alan's pistol whipped, and is he bleeding at this point?
No.
Okay, just bruised up. And then you guys start going through the room trying to find things?
Watching her eyes is so funny.
He was asking him where the money was at. And I just stood there, basically, and Calvin.
Every time she tells a story, she always like try to reassert her innocence. Oh, I was just standing there. Oh, I was scared.
Basically did everything. I was pretty much in shock. He stood there and you know, I mean, he was like basically like looking for the money, and then he told the guy to call his friend up that was in the room downstairs, and his friend came upstairs. And then basically like when he came upstairs, Calvin shot him in the head. He shot him right here. And it's scary, I think.
Well, okay. So you guys start going through the room, but you don't find very much money. Wasn't it like $800 or something like that?
Calvin, he was like going through the room. Like I said, I just was standing there.
Like I said, I was just standing there. Yo, what do these comments say?
He found a watch, and he told me to grab the bag and the laptop or whatever. But like,
you see how she make it like, oh, he's going through everything. I'm just standing there. But then she throws in the mix. Then he tells me to grab shit.
Yeah, I didn't even know it was any money in there. I mean, I didn't even know that Calvin had found any money at the time, so I didn't know any money was found. Yeah.
So this duffel bag with the $30,000, that was nowhere to be found.
No.
Right, and because Kelvin didn't find any money, he then told Alan to call his friend who was staying down the hall, and that was David Taylor.
This is why Vlad is good, right? So when he's talking to her, she really want to get past this part. So that's why you see how she jumped in. She's like, yeah, he went through the room. I'm just standing there. That's when he told the other guy to call the other guy up. And then when the other guy came up, he shot him. Like, she wants to skip past it. Nah, nigga, you on Vlad TV. He about to break this down movement by movement, man.
Yes.
Had you met David Taylor before this point?
No.
Yeah, that's a cop question right there.
Not that I could remember. No.
Okay, so David shows up in the room, and is there a fight? Is there a fight over the gun?
No. He just came in, and Calvin just pull shot him in the ear.
Immediately.
Why do you think that he shot someone in the head who's coming over to potentially bring more money?
I don't know. I don't know the guy. Like, I knew he just...
Yo, Vlad, figure this out, man. Like yo, this chick acting like she got an 8-year-old IQ, man. Vlad, figure this out, gang.
I could tell he was very, like, cold-hearted. We didn't even speak, so he was a scary guy.
Well, I mean, you're having the craziest day of your life. First, you're being taken to a hotel room to go meet this guy, and now you're seeing gloves and guns, and you're tying people up. You're seeing someone get pistol whipped, but now you just got to witness someone getting shot in the head, and you're witnessing a murder in front of you for the first time ever. What went through your head at that moment?
This is a good setup question. I'm gonna tell you. This is what I'm saying. Vlad got a badge. Trust. Okay. This is a setup question to ask about some other facts. Here's some other facts. Remember, she's basically like, she's kind of being a little bit like deceptive with her answers, or like, she evasive actually. He knows that they both go downstairs. They go through the dead guy's pockets, I believe. So the guy gets shot in the head. They still go through his pockets. Watch, I guarantee she's going to be like, oh, I just stood there. But then she goes with the nigga downstairs, I believe. I think she goes with the nigga downstairs to go through the nigga to go through the nigga's room. So Vlad is setting up the question to say, if you're so traumatized, did you go through his shit?
I don't know. Like, I didn't think it was real. Like, I kind of disconnected. I guess I was going into shock. So like when I heard the gunshot, like it was very like he was really close to me, and my ear, it was like ringing. My ears start ringing, and just like off the noise of my ears ringing, I just disconnected. Like I just disconnected. I guess you could say it was like a out of body experience, but I was.
Yo. It's like some Quando shit, huh?
I just didn't think it was real. I just kept saying to myself, like, this is not real.
Well, now you have a dead body in front of you. And you start going through the room and just grabbing various things?
No, like I said, I was just standing there, and after he shot the guy kind of like he fell over, and I was just watching there like in shock. I couldn't move, and then Pooh basically was like, he just like grabbed my arm, and he was just like, he told me to get the stuff. He was like, oh, get the bag. He was like, get that bag, and come on, or whatever. So I just grabbed the duffel bag and left. Like when he kind of grabbed me, I kind of like snapped out of it a little bit. I grabbed the duffel bag and I ran out the room. And then that's when, Alan came behind me.
Yeah, them prosecutors just wanted a conviction. They know she was in on the whole thing, bro. They know it. But, oftentimes they want the shooter. They want, they'll sacrifice one person who may seemingly, at trial she might come across as sympathetic, not only because she's a woman, but she's like, oh, no, dude, I was being threatened. But they don't believe her, bro. Trust. No way. All right. Amanda Seales. I don't know if she's losing it these days. Hold on. Let me see. Amanda Seales, IG Live. Yeah, I don't know what really happened to Amanda Seales. Look like I don't know if she going through it or what, bro. Amanda Seales Instagram. Hold on. This week. Okay. All right.
What's up, everybody? I'll be in.
Now, look like she's beefing with Charlamagne the God. I thought Amanda Seales was like there's a bunch of like little black chicks that's in that sphere that's mad woke. Like, they're kind of usually part of Charlamagne's posse. Like, when I mean posse, like, they fuck with Charlamagne. Shorty looked like she is defecting, and I don't know why, but I'm interested in finding out. I don't know what's going on. This is her from yesterday.
Do I have insurance on your legs?
What the fuck?
No. Why would I have insurance on my legs? What was one of my favorite interviews? You mean that I was interviewed or I interview people? Me being interviewed or me interviewing somebody?
Is she all right, though? Like, she be giving me, like, Bad Batch vibes. You know what I mean? Like, Like, got a bad batch. That Chris Tucker shit, that smoky shit. Like, you know what I mean? One of them ones? Like, yo, chat, what's going on?
These will be for sale when I'm on the road this week.
Nah, this not the same lady. It's not the same lady, y'all.
No, I did not find a venue in Oakland. Oakland got mad at me for, saying the truth. So I said, oh, y'all got it. Shauna, you're not me. Oh, those people. The gateways. Do you feel you have been validated with your experience as a human and artist in the industry? Of acknowledgement. Same, Adiza. The feeling is mutual. Charge the Democrats. Joe Biden or Joe Manchin. And he's read books. Oh, however, from what I understand, what you're saying is like, do I feel like I went to the industry and I did what I needed to do? I mean, yes and no. I went to the industry to achieve a certain level of acknowledgement. Same, Adiza. The feeling is mutual. And I do feel like I did that. However, I think it was only to a certain extent, because Because basically, once I...
Come on.
Why
bro.
would I do a podcast with Charlamagne?
Whoa.
Why would I do a podcast with Charlamagne? We had great chemistry until I realized that he was a ridiculous person and he was a snake. So then we don't have great chemistry anymore.
Holy. Now, only reason I'm even watching this is because these people, I've always said, I think Charlamagne got a great network. And I think Charlamagne has helped some of these extra pro-black people get in positions. And when anything has ever happened, for example, you get that hating ass nigga Mano trying to say some shit about me. You don't see any of my peers. They wouldn't be like, nah, we fuck with Ak. Hold on now. Because really, I don't have peers. I have peers, but I don't have a posse that's in the industry. I really only have my audience, right? Charlamagne has he has a couple of them. You know what I mean? There's that black lady. She be sounding like a lawyer. She be sounding like fake smart type shit. Y'all know who I'm talking about? Do you know who I'm talking about though? I noticed that with Charlamagne. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. I think Charlamagne created a web of people that he helped put on that when shit happens to him, it's like Jay-Z. You know why Jay-Z's untouchable? Nobody is going to stand. You ever see when we're seeing the loudest shit about Jay-Z, nobody want to talk about it? This always happens, right? All of the people or a lot of people that have been positioned in the media got a leg up from him or, they fuck with him. He made sure he put people in position and he has a posse. You know what I mean? People defend him. So it works to his benefit. I think Charlamagne learned that and he, Angela Rye. Yeah. Angela Rye. Charlamagne has a group as well. You know what I mean? And it's mostly a bunch of pro-black woke motherfuckers. Not all of them are in hip hop, but they fuck with him heavy, and they also fuck with him because he brings them into the hip hop space. He's used his brand to elevate theirs, and it's just a posse. I thought she was part of the posse, low key. So when I'm seeing her say shit about Charlamagne, I'm like, yo, did she get kicked out the whip? What's happening? Feel me? And I keep telling you, she's doing that smoky shit. I don't know what's going on. So I just want to know.
He's also not an intellectual. He's read.
Somebody say I got Flacco. Here's the thing, because this is the important, and I'm glad you said that. And shout out to Flacco. What I'm saying is, no, all the new media dudes fuck with me, Traplo Ross's, Flacco, they do. The difference between what how do I say this, Charlie? The difference between the people that y'all talking about with me, Flacco or whoever, Angela Rye will be on CNN. For Jay-Z, Jay-Z put a bunch of people on and then put them in powerful positions that he had influence at. You get what I'm saying? Flacco would be a dope, you can say posse, whatever, if I had the power or authority to put Flacco on I don't know, the Joe Budden podcast or something, you know what I mean? Or put him on some fucking network, right? That's what I've realized. And I've given Charlamagne a lot of credit for this. Charlamagne put these niggas on, literally put them on, right? He put them in positions to the point where they became almost they're a defense squad. But they're a defense squad on huge platforms, not just their own, right? Like when he found that bum Taxstone was just a hood nigga trying to kill people. I mean, ultimately he did. That's why he's in jail forever. But he found him at a local bodega, and then he put that bum on MTV. Do you get what I'm saying? He's helped people like that. Charlamagne has an unlimited pass up at MTV. I don't know if it's still anymore, but he did. He would put people on that platform, and those people are indebted to him. Right? It's even, there was a time when people thought that Charlamagne got too PC and, Schultz is popping off and people felt damn, why Schultz don't just focus on Flagrant 2, which was doing massive numbers, more than focus on Brilliant Idiots. And no, he's forever indebted to Charlamagne, right? I do believe that Charlemagne has people indebted to him, and I think Jay-Z as well. By the way, there's nothing wrong with what I'm saying that I believe these people do. I think that's dope because eventually I got to start doing that too. You know what I mean? For the full takeover of the industry, but we got to do it an independent way. The way I'm realizing is that everybody that you would consider, if you could consider I Have a Posse, yeah, maybe we're inspired by me, but we all just have YouTube channels, right? And there's no like power play to be done. Let me tell you what a power play is. If one of the new media guys, and I'm hoping, I guess I've been in that position at times. If one of the new media guys became like the head of music or the head of music hip hop at YouTube or something, you know what I'm saying? That's a power play, right? So here's the thing now. That person, and that's how Jay-Z uses people, right? Jay-Z, when you look at the Rockefeller tree, he put them niggas, not really because they did their work too, but they all fell in powerful positions, right? So you got this guy over here, he's running that label. This guy over here, he worked for this DSP. This guy over here, he's the head content guy at that media company. So their power basically exponentially expands to eventually, when needed, defend Jay-Z or Roc Nation's interest if there ever is a time that it needs defending. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's the same thing I was saying with Charlemagne. Charlemagne utilized, like he had carte blanche at MTV when everything with Charlemagne was a go. What he did was he took the bum off the bodega, which is with Taxstone. Hey, you get on the show. I think Taxstone was down to kill a nigga for Charlemagne. I think Charlemagne knew that nigga was a crash out. Honestly, I promise y'all. I think Charlemagne only fuck with him just to be like, all right, bro, one day I might need you to clap a nigga for me. Stupid ass niggas just clap the wrong nigga, I guess. I don't know. Rest in peace, banger. But yeah. And then I think Charlemagne helps out the Angela Rye, because respectfully, I don't be trying to listen to these motherfuckers, bro. Like, I used to be watching even Brilliant Idiots, or I'm watching like Breakfast Club, and I'm like, yo, another Angela Rye interview, bro. Like, yo, what are we doing, bro? Like, I'm watching the Breakfast Club. I look at my notification. I'm like, bro, another. But I can't knock it. He's putting on his squad. He puts on his squad. They get like a correspondent role at CNN or MSNBC. That might turn to some other shit. Later on, they put out a book together. I think, it's power plays. I always talk to Charlemagne, and Charlemagne always say this. When the Complex puts out the list, and the list is powerful, I don't know, what is it? Best media? I was 2 this year or whatever. Was I 2? I can't remember what that was. Anyway, when they it was 1. Wait, was I 1 this year? I don't even know. The last media list, what number was I, chat? No, it was 2, right? Yeah, I was 2. Okay, yeah. Whew. Okay. When they put out these lists, and I spoke to Charlemagne about this bunch. He's like, yo, Ak. He usually sends me a different list. And he's like, yo, Ak, this is what true power is. And I think on face value, some people might take that as hate. But that's not hate. He's not hating on the list. He's always on the list. Like, not like top 3, but he's on the list. But when he's talking about power, he's talking about, yo, I could go get this person a show, or I could walk this person into fucking CNN and have, like, that is power. And I think that's important. So anyway, that's what I was talking about, the posses and shit like that. Like, those are the real, when you start getting higher up in the game, you start realize a lot of these powerful dudes, they get a posse. But they use their power and influence in putting people wherever they need to be done or be put. That's their influence. Anyway, I'm kind of getting long-winded here. But I said that to say, Amanda Seales, I always felt like she was one of them. Wasn't she on Guy Code? I felt like her and Charlemagne, kind of, like, I was never trying to ever see her, no disrespect. Charlemagne would give her visibility, which I would usually think that's the posse move, that you would then later defend him in case he ever needs to be defended on some Jay-Z shit. You know what I mean? But I see Shorty deflecting, so I'm now wondering what the fuck happened.
From what I understand, what you're saying is like, do I feel like I did? Yes and no. You know, like, I went to the industry to achieve a certain level of acknowledgement. Same, Adiza, the feeling is mutual.
Okay, come on.
And I do feel like I did that. However, I think it was only to a certain extent because basically once why would I do a podcast with Charlamagne? Why would I do a podcast with Charlamagne? We had great chemistry until I realized that he was a ridiculous person and he was a snake. So then we don't have great chemistry anymore. He's also not an intellectual. Like, he's read books. He's not a dummy, but he's not an intellectual, and he don't got no backbone. He sits here and he regurgitates the same crap. And the people that he does challenge, like, remember when he challenged Kamala Harris? Remember when she was on his show and he was like, so who's actually in charge of the Democrats? You know, Joe Biden or Joe Manchin? And she black womaned him and started saying like, no, absolutely not. He didn't even come back because he didn't have no way to come back at her because he didn't know anything further than what he said. And
yo, Charlamagne, this is a perfect time to tap. This is where you tap in your Luca. Angela Rye, this is where you get on. This is your job to dismantle this right here.
then they have people on the show and they allow them to just talk their shit, and they don't have the actual knowledge and the actual intellectualism and or the actual backbone to be able to check them and reveal the nonsense that they're spewing. And whether that's Larry Elder or that other broad or the guy from the ADL, etc.
Now, Larry Elder did drop 70 points on him. I can't cap with you, but I think Larry Elder will drop 70 on her too. And even matter of fact, I think they brought in Angela Rye for Larry Elder. Wait, was it? And he's still giving the fucking beats. Hold on. Anyway, go look up that Larry Elder interview at the Breakfast Club.
Like, stick to rappers.
Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I have been really impressed by Charlamagne's depth. Pause. Whoa, that sounded crazy. I've been impressed by his depth in... I think he's gotten really, really better at political commentary. Now, at first I was skeptical, and I thought it was gonna be outside of his realm. Here's why. I know Charlamagne is not a stupid nigga, but I know Charlamagne plays a stupid nigga on Breakfast Club, and no disrespect. What I mean by that, like the low hanging, like Charlamagne is still acting like he can't pronounce words. Like, come on, bro, like you're 40. Come on, I love Charlamagne, by the way. This is no diss, right? So, but like. That's for comedic relief. That's for entertainment. When I talk to Charlamagne, I was like, he's a very intellectual, smart guy. Like, you know what I mean? Charlamagne would be like, yo, what that word mean? Like, you know what I mean? But that was part of a shtick, right? Like, that was like, it's kind of like stiffing seats. Charlamagne is highly educated, right? Charlamagne is a writer. He's an author. He reads a lot as well. He learns. At first, I thought he wouldn't fare well in politics or political commentary if he didn't shed this, like, you know, almost willfully stupid, you know, shtick that sometimes he utilizes on the Breakfast Club to get jokes, because people don't like hearing ideas about intricate subjects from people they don't feel are smart. And that's when I realized, I'm like, no, he knows how to either balance it, or he clearly could erase that shtick where people don't think of him as, yo, why am I listening to Charlamagne? You know what I mean? I actually listen to Charlamagne for political commentary, and I think a lot of times I've been, I don't know. Obviously, I don't get too much into politics here because I just think it's too divisive. And everybody know I fucking voted for Trump. So, like, I don't want y'all to be like I'm trying to push Trump on y'all. So I don't even try to talk politics too much. But I listen to Charlamagne's, like, political commentary these days. And, within the realm that I'm comfortable with knowing about it, he be spot on. Charlamagne know his shit, which I didn't think he would be that type of person. So I got to give him his credit for that. So I actually, I'm going against what Man the Seal says. I don't think Charlamagne is stupid, or I don't think Charlamagne is, should stick to rappers. I think, honestly, I think Charlamagne is one of the most important black voices when it comes to politics. This is going to sound crazy. I think Stephen A. Smith is too. Stephen A. Smith is a couple levels above, but we're getting to realize some of the loudest voices aren't political voices. And you know what it is? I think people want to hear political commentary from people who aren't political analysts, just sitting there kind of regurgitating talking points. Not saying that he's not regurgitating talking points at some point, but at least he speaks in layman's terms. He'll speak as if he is you and not speak as if he's just a programmed drone robot. And that does matter. The way how you communicate, even the same regurgitated talking points, does matter.
Yes, Andrew Schultz can say whatever, and then he defends him. So, go for it, Playboy.
I love Andrew Schultz.
But that's not my people's no more.
Wait, is he like disowning? He's disowning Charlamagne over Andrew Schultz? What? Everybody been know that he's been doing a show with Andrew Schultz. What's the problem?
I don't do Christmas anymore, so my mom doesn't do Christmas anymore.
Okay, anyway. Charlamagne, man. You gotta put one of your pit bulls on the team to put this fire out right here. But Amanda Seales, she seems like every time I see her online, she's always complaining. Like, it's like, woe is me. Somebody did me wrong. Somebody's not doing whatever. Like, I've never seen her say, "Hey, listen, I'm very confident. I'm happy. I'm fighting for so and so, but I'm not grumpy." Like, the person who always got something to say about somebody else, at some point you start saying, maybe the problem is you, right? So I'm getting like that common denominator syndrome with her, where it's like, hey, listen, if you're kind of coming with gripes about people consistently, maybe we got to start looking at you, right? All right. Chat, I'm not going to lie to y'all. Have y'all seen that Meg Thee Stallion? Meg Thee Stallion is now hired she's hired some new lawyers. Now, she's not giving up on this plight here, chat. She's trying to, if you ask me, she's trying to win a legal spat versus Milagro, but she already did. However, it's not about collecting lost earnings or even legal fees. It's about getting the big headline, the headline that says, hey, I just bankrupted a blogger for not pretty much sucking my dick, right? She wants blanket love, adoration, and she wants sympathy. Hold on. So she just hired some new lawyers for the case that got finished. Let me see if I can find it. Everybody knows that her lawyers have been from this really established and prestige firm called Quinn Emanuel's. Let me see. Okay. And she's now hired one of Trump's lawyers, okay? She's hired one of Trump's lawyers to represent her. And here we go. And look like this is going to be for post-judgment motions and probably trying to, think about this, she's paying more lawyers, which to do probably two things that's relevant at this point. Try to get back her attorney fees for her other lawyers, since she did win on 2 counts, and also to probably put an injunctive order in to ban Milagro from ever speaking about her again, right? Which the courts can do, right? Now, Judge Joe Brown has talked about this particular lawsuit, and check this out.
Cooper ultimately prevailed on Miss Pete's leading accusation, which is defamation, and the jury awarded a nominal amount of damages compared to millions of dollars Miss P, aka Megan Thee Stallion, demanded from Miss Cooper throughout the course of the litigation.
You know, this is one of those cases most probably should have been resolved with $1 in damages.
Right. And now Megan Thee Stallion attorney said in a statement after the jury's verdict on Monday that Cooper is also required to cover costs of the rapper's legal bill.
That gets ridiculous. The fees that they charge today are obscene. And the attorneys, not all of them, but for the most part, are so inexperienced in their craft with so few trials and so few clients that they're essentially amateurs.
Now,
and what they do when I look at it and I'm watching and say, that's very pathetic, just absolutely pathetic. And they got.
Now, here's the thing, and people are speculating. By the way, we haven't got an official word that Meg has fired the Quinn Emanuel people. Again, those are the lawyers that we did the deposition, and I spun them like a gig. Yeah, so in reality, we don't know if she fired them, but she did hire new lawyers for a case that already has a final judgment put in. But I do believe that Rock Nation, and this is where Rock Nation comes in, I think they sent out the rookie squad. They sent out the G League team, and they said, listen, we're $1 million firm. Even our G League team should be able to beat Milagros' A team because she broke comparatively. And what happened is that Quinn Emanuel's team of rookies, and by the way, I looked up all those lawyers, right? From the Sullivan dude to Happer, whatever her name is, to Joanna Manillo, the one who you saw me arguing with. And there was a host of other lawyers. They're fresh out of law school. They just came out like, when Manillo, she's like a nobody in reality. But they're relatively new, and it's kind of embarrassing that Meg took this all the way to trial, and they didn't give her the big wigs. Why? Your Rock Nation may have set her up. Meg, you should look into that. Keep in mind, you testified, from my recollection, that it was years ago or some while ago that Desiree Perez, the CEO of Rock Nation, told you she was keeping a file on certain individuals who may have been media members or bloggers that you could pursue a lawsuit. When you decided to pursue a lawsuit, you used the same law firm as the representing firm for Rock Nation. So I would have to imagine, just by a logical conclusion or a logical assumption, actually, that you got recommended that lawyer from Desiree Perez and Rock Nation. Now, here's the thing. You see when they were suing Jay-Z and they said that Jay-Z, R-worded some kid with Diddy, they didn't throw out these rookies here who's leaving up their Slack channels or Slack chats on the screen that I could read it and screenshot and do all of that, right? They didn't send out those rookies. You know who they sent out? They sent out Mr. Big Bad Alex Spiro. You should know this, Meg. If they didn't give you Alex Spiro, they playing with you and they played with your time. You being in court or the court proceeding happening for over a week, you probably spent more than $59,000 in terms of transportation, accommodations, having to be down there in Florida, bodyguards, food. You're a celebrity. It takes a lot to move around. You probably spent a lot of money. Your time is worth way more than that. They sent out the G League squad, and you got shellacked. So I see why, again, I don't have any confirmation on this, but I see why the new lawyers that you have added to the case, maybe they could somehow get a moral victory. Now, you did get a victory in court, 2 out of 3, but because it was what and even in this broadcast it said a nominal amount, $59,000, compared to what you were asking for, or what your lawyers were arguing for, up to $30 million. I see you're trying to get the win on paper. Just not looking good, man. You need to go holler at Rock Nation, ask them why they sent you out with the rookies. Why the fuck did they send you out with the rookies? That's the problem. They sent Meg Thee Stallion out with the rookies, and now they're saying now the new lawyers that she just got handled a lot of things for Trump. So this is the big dog, right? Trump versus Michael Cohen. Trump versus ABC News and George Stephanopoulos, which, by the way, remember I talked about this defamation lawsuit that came for $15 million, right? So Trump got $15 million in a settlement for that, okay? They also handled Trump versus Wall Street Journal, defamation as well, okay? They handled Trump versus New York Times, which was a refiled defamation lawsuit, okay? And there's another defamation, the Trump versus BBC, okay? So essentially, they got the specialists for defamation based on the rookies who just allowed maybe a gigantic fumble. So the fumble in the defamation claim was that they didn't notify Milagro, and if they didn't notify Milagro, they if she's considered media, she can't be held. You can't sue her. You can't sue her till you notify her that she's defaming you. You got to send a cease and desist or something of the sort. They never did that. They just filed a lawsuit, and that therein kind of shows that Quinn Emanuel or Rock Nation's legal team, you were working with the G League. They didn't even do the things that qualified them to file the lawsuit, which is send a cease and desist. All they had to do was send one. And because they didn't send one, the whole charge got dismissed. So they've gotten now a big dog, and we'll see. It looks like they're still committed. They're pot committed at this point. They're going to be dumping much more money into trying to sue, appeal, trying to get whatever they can. And I wouldn't be surprised if now we might see maybe further actions against other bloggers who haven't repeated maybe the things that Mrs. Pete likes, right? So we'll see. We'll see. All right. Oh, and it's Alejandro Alex Brito of Brito PLLC. He's the one who filed the lawsuit in the Southern District of Florida against ABC News, and George Stephanopoulos. Okay, look like they work out of Florida. They work out of Florida. Okay, all right, good to know. Let me see. Didn't really get to cover this. By the way, chat, I see some of y'all saying I should, maybe cover politics like for maybe like 15% of what we do. Obviously, we'll never be a political show, but maybe we could do a topic or two. I will tell you one thing. Obviously, I'm definitely interested in the Candace Owens thing. Right now, it's Candace Owens versus Tim Pool. I've been listening to all that stuff. But also, Nick Fuentes actually did an interview with Piers Morgan, and that was, I ain't gonna lie, at the very least, highly entertaining. But we're still on rap. Daz Dillinger got into it with Snoop, okay? And before he had said he was kicked off of death row, and he says it wasn't personal, it was business, but he says Snoop wanted him to sign over the catalog, but Daz refused. By the way, he had called out Snoop for some kind of like predatory practices because Snoop now owns Death Row. Hear this.
Yeah, the album came out on Death Row.
Okay.
And then I got kicked off of Death Row again from Snoop. Got into it. Me and Snoop, that's my cousin. We get into it all the time. He kicked me off. So, I ain't going back this time.
Yeah, you're going back. So, because obviously you guys are related. So, what is that conversation like? Because you're like, yo, fuck you, no, fuck you. And then you guys still got to talk later on.
He did a show and didn't take me. So I figured, like, why you what's going on? He's just like, you ain't signing your catalog over to me. And I'm like, I'm keeping it. You know what I'm saying? It's worth a lot.
Okay.
So, that's what it's about, because, like, he owned the label, but I own the publishing.
And that is valuable.
Yeah, that's more valuable than the ownership. So I'm just like, I could take my bones and go, as long as my house and everything that I got is paid for, and I get the Tupac royalties, I get all my royalties, you know what I'm saying? That's just another part of just Death Row because Tupac and Dr. Dre are separate from Death Row.
Yeah.
So it's like, all the albums that Snoop had on Death Row, and it deplenished now. He only got 3 albums on there. Okay. All them records, so everybody took their records back. So, he only got Doggy Style, Dog Father, Murder Was the Case, The Dog Pound, which I'm coming to get, and my solo album. After them, you only got about 3 albums left on there.
Yeah. So can you explain for the average fan or listener how this went? Because he acquired the rights to Death Row.
Yeah,
and then
but he didn't have to pay us from the past. He has to pay us from when he acquired it from 22 on up.
Okay, so everything from there. And then along with the catalog coming over, you guys had the option to take your portion of the catalog?
No, he still had the portion of the catalog. I just filed for my copyright reversion.
Got it.
Which means everything revert back to me after 35 years. Some people don't even get to see 35 years.
Yeah.
And other people like that. So, like that, I'm requiring getting my shit back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting. So, look like there's been a whole legal battle, or not really a legal battle, but definitely a rights battle with Daz and Snoop Dogg. And if you guys don't know, this is what he said recently.
What's up, y'all? Wake and Bake. Hey, this is the origin of the story. E1 was Koch. Remember this. Do your search.
Yeah, I remember.
Koch turned into E1. Bad business. They had to change the name. E1 turns into Monarch. Bad business. So over those years, Suge Knight had a deal with Alan Grunblack, which ran E1, which ran Koch, which ran Monarch, to take everyone's music. So 15 years go by, another 15 years go by, it's 30 years. Time is up on that. I'm already on Monarch, Koch, all the motherfucking names they got, I'm on their motherfucking ass. These the white boys. So you know what they do? A football pass. Pass it to Snoop. Thinking he can manipulate and get everybody because Daz is on our ass. They held back my publishing saying that I signed my publishing over. Come to find out, they didn't. They released that money to me. Snoop know about it. He was involved in that situation. He know about that. He showed me all the paperwork that goes down in the motherfucking place. So I'm looking at all this shit. You know what I mean? Taking pictures in my eyes. But I also have a copy of it myself. See, I have to see what they have and what I have to see what I don't have to see what I need to have. You know what I mean? So it's a fucked up situation, man. You know what I'm saying? Because you got a lot of people that were stealing. And you know what I mean? Dr. Dre got his shit, but there's no paperwork on the Chronic album. On the Chronic album. There's no paperwork on the Chronic album. You know what I mean? So.
Okay. So Daz is saying he believes that, you know, Snoop Dogg acquired the rights of Death Row Records to manipulate him to sign over publishing. Now, I'm not too sure I believe that, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Anyway, Snoop sent back a response, and this is another video he was calling. He's been calling out Snoop.
All your stuff. Now you were saying something about the paw. Now what are you talking about with the paw?
Well, like I was saying, the paw is trademarked. Like I told Snoop, you got rejected and I got accepted. You know what I'm saying? So that was the moneymaker. The paw is like the Apple sign, like I said before. And like I said, they tried to go behind my back and trademark all my work and then flung my face like, yeah, nigga, we got it, nigga. That's all we wanted, nigga, because I'm finna sell everything for $1 billion to Universal. You know what I mean? But shh, don't be selling my shit.
Now, what do you mean by selling? He said he was going to sell it, or what? They're selling Death Row, the new Death Row that just came.
Snoop, everything Snoop involved with, he gonna sell all that shit for $1 billion. You know, the motherfuckers cashing niggas out for their catalog, and then he sell that shit, and he just start over and make new music. You know, it's easy. You sell what you got. You know what I'm saying? Nigga got all that money. I mean, I don't count niggas' pocket, but I got my own pocket. You know what I mean?
Now, how many albums is over there? Now, how many albums is over there at Death Row? Because you were saying that it was at the...
Yeah, so he basically thinks Snoop is trying to do some shicey shit. He's been on a media tour, and Snoop supposedly sent him this video, which he also put out.
I see you ain't got shit to do but hate on me, huh? In a minute, I'ma fuck you up, cuz, on some real shit. Not physically, but business-wise. Cause you broke as a motherfucker right now, so I'ma fuck you up in a minute, cuz. Leave me alone. Leave me the fuck alone. Leave me alone, cuz. I'ma fuck you up. Leave me alone. I see you ain't got shit to do but hate on me, huh?
Damn. Now, I ain't gonna lie. I'm a little surprised, but not surprised. One of the things I've realized about hip hop is that, you know, this idea, there's this constant theme of rappers getting fucked in their record deal. Not literally, we're just talking about contractually. But the reason why I think we don't learn from OGs is that all the OGs are too embarrassed to tell the truth that they don't own their shit. They're going through the same thing that Daz is going through. And they weren't that knowledgeable of the business back then. I think these days, a regular consumer has way more of a grasp of masters, publishing, royalties, than advance more than a artist in the 90s. That's why I think a lot of OGs can't be OGs, because we're at the optimum place where these artists are approaching record deals with leverage. They're also understanding the things that matter. Back in the day, these guys would say, take my publishing, just give me $50,000 extra. They would say, give me $50,000 extra, take my publishing. I want the cash. The education of knowing that your publishing would be what is going to be necessary to feed your family. Once you stop rapping, but these records have become iconic, people still want to license it, use it, and now the intellectual property of its ownership, which is usually managed through the publishing side, that's how you could make money. Most of the older artists don't know, or they fucked it up. And by the way, like these days with newer artists, yeah, these days newer artists, they walk into a lot of these buildings. If they going with leverage, they're like, yo, listen, I'm not giving up my masters or my pub. Let's do it differently. That would be seen as unheard of back in the day, because the only way to get hot was through your label. Only way to put out records was through your label. So the label basically was using a leverage system to say, well, we created what you are, So we're entitled to X, Y, and Z. As opposed to artists now show up and be like, hey, listen, I'm already lit. I'm lit off TikTok. My shit's going up on there. Yo, I posted it on so-and-so on YouTube. It's going up. So with the leverage I have, I want whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? A standard rookie contract, and I'm saying rookie contract, but I mean a first record deal for a new artist would be a royalty rate record deal where on average, after recoupment, you're entitled to 12 to 18% of the earnings of that record. Okay? That's the standard rookie contract. Why would people take that? Well, the label's doing all the work. You really don't have much going on. I'll use, for example, Savage, 21 Savage. 21 Savage had a successful mixtape that was already going crazy that the labels didn't invest in. When he walks into Epic Records, and this is why artists should say partnership rather than, a deal. He gets to negotiate a different type of deal that's not a royalty rate type deal. And also his masters, he gets to keep. Right? So it's a lot about music industry, and it's kind of interesting watching the older artists kind of like, I'm not shaming them, but you get to realize these guys never had their business in check. These guys never had their business in check. And it's a bit sad because I'm watching the older they get, they're kind of like trying to figure it out there. But it was ironic because I saw Daz speaking up on Drake. When he was speaking about, he's like, nah, Drake got a fake watch. Like, they knew all the wrong things to say. Like, he should have known about the real contract, not about who got the fake whatever. Where is that? Damn, this mad shit. Now, remember, he had came out. Remember when they said Drake had bought like a death row chain? I believe he was one of the people who kind of, I don't know if I can find it.
Months ago, I saw a headline that was trending in the news about Drake acquiring Tupac's, his original.
That's the thing about rappers, man. Yeah, you could ask a rapper if a chain real, a chain fake. He know everything. Yo, that ain't VVS. That's VS. Yo, that ain't this. It's Mosinite. They like jewelers. You ask them about their contract and their deal, bewildered.
Death row chain, and then another report surfaced shortly after that the chain actually was verified to not be actually Tupac's.
Yeah.
Did you get involved in that mess? Did anyone come to you and ask you to verify?
I just looked at my own chain.
Yeah. and was it the same one?
It looked like probably somebody else's chain, but Tupac's was a little bit bigger. Had more diamonds on it and stuff. You know what I'm saying? It was one of them big large ones. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So Drake, you probably got played.
Chain buster. Okay. Well, I do wish that's Dillinger well. I think what I speculate is happening here is I don't think Snoop is a shiesty guy like that. I don't know him, but I don't think he is. But I do think his big bank take little bank. Here's the issue. With all due respect, that's Dillinger, even though he does have a catalog. The thing in music is that music was kind of it's ironic that they use the terms like masters and slaves. Like, for example, how it works is that the original copy or the first version of a song is called the master. Any other reproduced copy is called a slave. it's ironic that in music there's overtones of actual slavery when you think about historically that most artists sign a deal that essentially is a slave deal. You give the majority of the money that is going to come in to the label. The label justifies it because they say without us you wouldn't make it and we're investing. And here's the thing, only after you've worked 40 years do you get maybe your 40 acres. And eventually most artists don't last in the industry that long. So their story is one that's kind of salty, where you fizzled out before you gained any leverage that you could use against these labels. Snoop is the exception. Snoop is a household name. Some people would argue is the most famous rapper of all time in terms of if you go to another country and you just say his name, they might not even have to have internet, but they would probably know Snoop Dogg, right? Again, it's not about knowing a song. It's about rap. Who do they identify with rap? Snoop Dogg is one of those people. Now, here's the thing. Snoop has been getting money. We see him. He used to do a show with Kevin Hart. We see him on Super Bowl commercials. We see him got everything going on. Snoop is one of those people that's made hundreds of millions of dollars, right? Over time, his leverage has increased and increased. And I do think this is a case of big bank take little bank. I think at this point, Snoop Dogg wanted to not only own some of the things that was important in his past as a artist, he, realized that he could get this shit for the low. These artists didn't know the worth. And here's the thing. He probably also bought, Death Row saying this, hey, Sugar's in jail. And if these companies that don't have a face, that don't have some type of soul connection, spirit that you could feel like it's Death Row, if they have the catalog or they have the rights for the label's projects, it won't do as well as if Snoop had it. So I think Snoop is doing big bank, little bank. Take little bank, okay? Hey, this is more valuable in my hands than it's valuable in yours. However, once he paid for it, now it becomes business. Here's the problem with Daz. Well, Daz, you're saying the same thing an artist usually says, which is, yes, after I've signed contracts and things of that nature, I could appeal to the internet about what's right and wrong. If you are contractually within your right to do whatever you would do, you would never take it to the internet because Snoop can't do otherwise, or else you'd be suing him or suing the label. But usually what happens is people appeal to the internet for some type of sympathy, or let me hit him with the, why doesn't he do the right thing? So I think Snoop is probably looking at it to say, I paid for this shit and I want to be able to do what I want to do with this shit. And I kind of agree with him with that. But I do want to just stress music education for all of the rappers who are coming up. Again, when you are, and hopefully you get to be the age of 50 and 60, when you are 60 years old, and it's been a long time since your music is, happening like that, you want to be the guy who gets the mailbox money, that you open up the mailbox and you pull out a check because you didn't know that they sampled your shit in the movie and the movie's going up, and the residuals that came in from this, that, and the third, you could spend a nice $15,000, or whatever it would be. It might be more, might be less, but at least it's money that came from your work because you were smart enough that when you were offered your publishing, you took your publishing, you knew what it meant, and you knew that over time it would be valued way more than it would be valued in the interim. So, I wish the best for Daz Dillinger. I hope we don't see him and Snoop going back and forth. I think that would be very unfortunate. But I'm not going to sit here and, just blindly say Snoop is like doing some crazy shit. Snoop's an artist too. I think Snoop paid for Death Row. I didn't buy it to just give y'all some shit for free, right? So I can't really knock what Snoop is doing either, right? Yep. Okay. Let's see if we can try to get through at least maybe like one more or two more, right? We're here already. What else is going on? By the way, we're not gonna get into any non-rap topics. But this is interesting. Blueface has came out and he says, "Yo, he regrets having babies with 2 women who are mid." And I guess he's thinking, yo, if I'm gonna deal with the headache, why didn't I get some bad bitches pregnant? So now he's recruiting bad bitches who want to get pregnant by him. Check this out.
Woke up today and I realized both my baby mamas is mid as fuck, gang. They at home. I need to get some bad bitches pregnant ASAP. Like, I gotta make up for that shit.
On Schoolyard Crip, man. Now, he says, I'm 101 Dalmatians. DHS, I need a golden retriever. I don't know why I'm trying to talk like Blueface. I love how he talks so pause. He says, part of growing up is realizing that both my BMs is mid. Shaking my head. I need to go get some bad bitches pregnant ASAP. Wow. Now, clearly, he's not seen eye to eye with Jaden Alexis and Krishan Rock, his 2 baby moms. If you're wondering how they look, I'll just go to their page. Krishan Rock Instagram. One, I believe, looks like Stewie, and then the other one, I don't know. She kind of looks like a Chucky doll at this point. You know, it is what it is, you know. Here we go. This is probably one of the better pictures you would see of her, a little bit modest. If you see her on the gram or you see her like in videos. Yeah. Anyway. The other one is Jaden Alexis. And this is her right here. Okay. Now, let me be honest with you. I'm going to call the cap on Blueface. And Blueface, I rock with you, my brother. But if you just hurt, just say so, man. I get it. You hurt. When you went to jail, Jaden Alexis turned to a lesbian. She didn't give 2 fucks about you. Was spending the money y'all made left and right on everybody but you. She forgot about the commissary. That would hurt my feelings too. She wasn't there for calls. She was too busy licking clit and fucking getting and scissoring, getting finger banged. Okay? I get it. I'd be upset. Now, from what we see online, she's a good mother. But her abandoning you, I get it, right? Now, when it comes to the other one, which is Krishan Rock, I get it with her too. At some point, no matter what, you guys are in a toxic relationship. And trust me, as a guy who has been in toxic relationship, nothing sobers you up more about the woman you were in a toxic relationship. Because any toxic relationship, it's like really like very high dopamine levels that's really bringing you through extreme emotions of extreme love and extreme hate. So you can't tell me for a second, and even though when I interviewed Krishan Rock, she tried to say, nah, it was just a business relationship, you know? Nah, you clearly loved him. He's tattooed on your face, on your neck. You've tattooed him a bunch of times. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that, of course I get that he's hurt. When a woman that was the love of your life, when you see her online sucking a YN's toes, I get it. Like, that shit hits. Let me tell you, when you see the chick that you had a child with, that at some point you probably was planning the future with, licking the toes of a YN, you feel like an idiot. Blueface is not just at you. This is a shared men experience. We've all gone through this, okay? You ain't the first one to date a girl. It's okay. The chick you love the most gonna do some shit. Again, remember when I told y'all about Fousey Tube girlfriend having a monkey mask on? She had the monkey mask with the Shea Frost, man. Y'all know what I'm talking about, man. The Shea Frost monkey mask, man. Y'all know what I'm talking about, bro. Y'all know damn well what I'm talking about. Can we find it? The Shea Frost had Fousey, was it Fousey Tube? Or I can't remember who. No, it's YB in the Mirror, my bad. Fousey Tube crap before too, I think. He had her in a monkey mask, bro. He had her in a monkey mask, my nigga, bro. I couldn't believe it, bro. Bruh. Where is it at? I couldn't forget. Once I seen that, I'm like, man, yo, Namir was doing the most for her. He looks up. Her new nigga got her in a monkey mask, gang. This shit was crazy. He said I revealed her face. So I guess it's before he revealed her face. They went on a date. Shit was crazy, chat. Yeah, I can't find it. But yeah, y'all know what I'm talking about. Actually, let me find my own video on it because I had to do a roast. This shit was crazy, chat. Wabi in the mirror, Deshae, academics. Yeah, I know I did a video on this. I dropped 30 on this. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. She was with the lunatic known as Fousey Tube. And I think she like glowed up on his ass. And by the way, I want to salute to her because, really popped out. Living the life. Nigga, this shit clip. Nigga. Is this Namir's bitch? She wearing a mask and like a monkey mask? Oh, hell. Yo, Namir, this shit's clip, nigga. This shit's clip, nigga. That's the love of your life, you'll see sucking a Wayans toes. That's a fact. That shit hit different, chat. It do hit different. That's a gut shot. Bang! Yeah, it do hit different. The love of your life. You gave her a kid. Well, not in this situation. But like the love of your life, yo, Namir would admit he would skip the studio. He was essentially saying, man, fuck my career. I got the trophy wife right here. Buy her this, buy her that. This nigga basically took her out, gave her a 4 for 4, and she got on a monkey mask in public, gang. Like, come on. That's what I'm telling you. So I understand. Blueface, again, I'm not clowning you. This is a shared male experience, brother. We all been there with a girl we like, then we look up and we like, damn, I was tweaking. Why the fuck did I get in a relationship with that person given the fact they're going outside with the next nigga? Yes, when you seen her lick that nigga corns and bunions, she looked like she wanted to dip that nigga toes in hot sauce, bruh. You know one of them was? I get it. I get it. I get it. So when he says he wishes baby moms were bad, I'm here to tell him, brother, I know why you're saying it. It's not because you woke up and looked at them and said, damn, these bitches ugly. Because they're not ugly. Yeah, mid. I think they're mid. But listen, the majority of people are mid. It's okay. The reason why Blueface is saying this is because he's hurt. Why do I say that? Let's be real. Do I think Blueface is the type of nigga who could get bad bitches? Of course. But Blueface is one of them type of niggas, based on the lifestyle he want to live, he don't date bad bitches. You know why? Bruh, the way he living, ain't no 10 out of 10 go sit with him doing that. You got to get the 6 out of 10. Do your research on when you trying to have a program, as he keeps saying, He got a program. You get the 6 out of 10s, they'll rock with the program. There's a few rappers. I ain't calling no names. When you look at their roster, middle of the road. You know when you look at that roster, you see, though, obedience. They share. Sharing is carrying. They're doubling up, tripling up, quadrupling up. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Look. So, all I'm saying is that Blueface saying he need a bad bitch. Blueface, you know you want 5 bitches, bro. There's no 5'10s that want to be, like, if he pulls it off, that would be dope. But 5'10s don't want to be with you sharing it. Look, the chicks that you want, you trying to put them in a jail cell. You're going to demean them. Yeah. If that's what you're going to do, you're not going to, it's easier to get the mid girl that is compliant than you trying to get the bad bitch who is thinking, yo, is this nigga tripping? He want me to be in a jail? Oh, hell nah, nigga. Yo, there's 5 rappers on my line, like, right? I'm lit out here, like, fuck out of here, bro. Rappers like Blueface, I think they like mid girls because I believe with the bullshit they got going on, the mid girls will tolerate it easier. They won't trip. They know it is what it is. A bad bitch is out of there in 2 seconds. A bad bitch is out of there in 2 seconds. Why? Not necessarily because she got more self-esteem. It's because she thinks she got more options. Let's keep it a beat. So when he says he wants a bad bitch, I think it's cope because they hurt his feelings. Because I look at his new roster. And his new roster, again, looks about the same. His new roster of women look about the same. This is supposedly this is one of them. This one look like the bad baby, the ratchet bad baby.
That's one of those things, like, one time, bro.
They're about the same. And by the way, ain't nothing wrong with it. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Y'all heard was it Stephen A. Smith that said it? He said the best woman is like a 7. It's a strong 7. Here we go.
You want a strong 7. Let me tell you why. 10, fine as all body, looking fine, everything like that, got it going on. Too much maintenance. A 9, that's a problem too.
She thinks she a 10.
Because you got enough people telling her she's a 10, so half of them acting that way.
Facts.
And by the way, the ones that ain't acting that way still require more from you than what others might. You got to be up on your game. That's problematic. 8, that's ideal. Because that's really, really good looking.
Mm-hmm.
She got it going on. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, there's a level of independence, which is never a bad thing until she's so independent that she's making you feel like you need to be more dependent on her. There's too much time that's wasting away where you're not feeling like that dude. You're feeling like a dude, not that dude. Here's where the strong 7 comes in. She can compete with an 8, but her mentality is not that of an 8. So she's more appreciative of you wanting her. Therefore, she treats you like she wants you. As a result, y'all have more.
There you go. Nah, Stephen A. Smith killed that, though. Nah, he killed that. My boy killed that.
Going on.
My boy killed that. He killed that, though. Facts. So, Blueface, you know you want, nigga, you say you're looking for 101 Dalmatians. Nigga, you think you're going to get 101 bad bitches? Bro, just get 100, bro. Yo, 2 5s a 10. Bro, just keep the mids. Keep the mids. Yo, Pooh Shiesty still trying to fuck Cardi B? Y'all like how, yo, Pooh Shiesty a real nigga, man. Yo, he acted like Offset didn't exist, and he acted like Stephon Diggs didn't exist. Real nigga. Like, yo, he keeping the same fucking energy. I like that. Yo, Pooh Shiesty was shooting a shot at Cardi B before he got locked up, and he's shooting it right now. He don't care who with her, nigga. It's like he's almost begging these rappers like, yo, I dare you to say something. Yo, that's my bitch. Shut the fuck up, nigga. That nigga don't give a fuck. Pooh Shiesty, Cardi B. Nigga, he used to say it, nigga, like back in the day, nigga. He didn't give a fuck. Look, let me see. I got to go back to like 2023 or something. Look, it's an Offset appears to let his feelings known. Look. Oh, yeah. Look what he said. Yo, I'm 5 minutes away, baby. Open the door. This was when he was in jail. That nigga want that pussy bad. That nigga want that pussy bad, bro. Damn, he been plotting on her ass for a minute, huh? So now, man, you know he definitely don't give a fuck about no damn He definitely don't give no damn about what's that nigga name? Stephon Diggs. Fuck out of here. Definitely don't give a fuck. Let me see what Cardi B talking about here.
And when I get on spaces and whatever the fuck, and if we have a girl talk, don't think that I'm talking about my life, or don't think that I'm talking about what you call it, or you don't think I'm subbing bitches. This is just a girl talk, right? Let's have a girl conversation, right? As a 33-year-old bitch that went through a lot of bullshit, let's talk about this, right? Let me tell y'all bitches something. Let me start all over. I'm stuck. I'm like fucked up right now, because you know I was drinking for 4 days. I was drinking for 4 days and eating crackers, so my brain is still fucked up. So let me tell y'all bitches something, right? When a girl and a guy are together, and you want a nigga, right? You want a nigga and everything. So you start doing little petty shit, so his girlfriend could see it, like doing subliminals, throwing subliminals, like giving little hints that I don't know what the fuck y'all got going on. Y'all think y'all doing something. Y'all think that it's like, I don't know if y'all be thinking like it's like, oh, that's gonna make the girlfriend leave him. And I be thinking like, and it's like, do y'all really want that? Y'all don't really want that, because I'm gonna tell y'all what usually happens, right? If two people are dating and you do petty shit, so the bitch could be like, you know what? You fucking with that bitch, I'm out.
Yo, Cardi, we love you, but we know you damn well told about Stephon Diggs, man. Yo, Cardi, I got you. Yo, Stephon Diggs side hoes, cause y'all shut the fuck up, man. He don't want y'all bitches. Actually, well, he probably still wants y'all, but like he with Cardi B, like nigga, he chose up. Like it's over for y'all hoes. Okay? Cardi's trying to say, if y'all keep pushing the issue and she leave that nigga, y'all gonna be mad. Because that nigga gonna hate y'all for having her leave. That's kind of a point. I've had a side chick who like she too like low-key she snitched to my main joint, and then my main joint mad at me and trying to leave, and the side joint thinking I'm gonna run to her. I'm like, no, bitch, you done fucked up my situation. Bitch, get the fuck out of here. Dumbass hoe. Like, what the hell wrong with you, man? Like, what you think I was gonna be like happy and be with you? No, nigga. Nigga, I'm juggling both of y'all. Now, that's the part Cardi left out. No. Yeah, you're right. If the side chick get the nigga to leave his main chick, he's gonna be mad at the side chick, but he's mad at the side chick for a different reason. Not because he was just happy with the main chick, because he was just only happy with the main chick. He wouldn't have a side chick. He's happy with his current situation. Niggas like they sides to be sides and they mains to be mains. That's it. That's how the world works perfectly. The sides stay the sides. Okay? The pawns stay the pawns. The king stay the king. The queen stay the queen. The rook stay... Come on, bro. Stop it. Stop it. Like she's saying half of it, and I'm with her. Yes, I've been mad at the sides. Like, bitch, could you stop making it obvious that we be... Could you stop? Why you act like you so embarrassed of me? Why everything we do gotta be a secret? What the fuck? Now my main joint done peeped it, and the main joint is like asking about it, and the main joint mad. You know your main joint mad at you? Like low-key, most smart main joint, they know that you got a side. They just know if you a real nigga, you go keep your side in check. Your side should not be seen or heard, nigga. She just should be getting fucked, straight up. So now, your man gonna tell you this. It's one line. Go be with that bitch then. Go be with that bitch then. Oh, man. Hey, chat, the main stay the main, the side stay the side. We not swapping them out like that. No way. It's a reason we made the main. There's a reason why the side. Sometimes the side is only, like, you ever go to a restaurant, nigga, the side dish, the appetizer is good for like one thing. Like, oh man, I just wanted to taste the hot sauce. That's why I got the wings. Nigga, I don't want to eat just all that for the entree. What the hell? Maybe a side just got, you know what I mean? She got that, she got that wet mouth. That's it. Like, yo, when I go over there, man, she just shot me up like, she just shot me up with a biscuit. God damn. She know how to give it up, but that's it. You don't want to talk to her, hug her. None of that. Fuck that. Cardi got to realize, hey, listen, Cardi. The side chicks are the side chicks. You're the main for whatever reason. And again, I don't know if Stephon cheating. That's not coke. What the fuck? Yo, I got to cut my nose here. Anytime you see me doing this, chat, like the more I talk, like my upper lip, or maybe it's my mustache. It's like tickling my nose. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I keep doing this. Anyway, just a little thing. Because I don't know if y'all are watching me and notice little small habits. You're like, why is he doing that? I'm going to cut my beard down. Not beard, I mean my mustache down a little bit. Because it's like going into my nose and tickling me. And now I'm like, I get that little sneezing sensation. Or it's my nose hairs. But I don't really got nose hairs. I don't think so. But when I talk a lot of them. Anyway. TMI. Anyway, yo, Cardi. Let me let you finish though.
You know what ends up happening? He ends up hating you. If you think that nigga gonna go to you, that's not how it goes.
Yo, Cardi, let me give you the real. Yo, me and Cardi gotta have a podcast. Yo, Cardi, it's the same way flipped around. Anytime your main chick force you to cut your side chick off, be like, yo, why are you playing in my... You know how these type of chicks talk. Why are you playing in my face? I told you to cut the bitch off. Why are you still liking her pictures? Why are you still... After I caught you, why are you still liking that bitch's pictures? I told you to cut her off. I'm going to unlike. I ain't going to talk to her. All right, you cut your side chick off. Nigga, you not happy? Nigga, yo, Cardi, if your main make you cut off your side, you're not happy either, bro. A nigga only happy with the main and the side. Like, nigga ain't happy with just one? The fuck? This is have your cake and eat it too type of shit. What you talking about? Come on, bro. A nigga with a main and a side want to have his cake and eat it too. So anyway. Yo, I shouldn't have never said that. Look at niggas so my booger sugar. Now I'm like, not me rubbing my nose. It's like, fuck, leave me alone. But for real though, yo, I've gotten caught with a joint, but it's like, you know when you tell you gaslighting her, like, yo, baby, like, yo, I don't even know why she being weird like that. Be like, you know what it was? Like, shorty going, Yo, the side chick gonna drop hard eyes under my picture. Like, yo, what the fuck? Like, yo, that's not side chick behavior. That's for the main girl. The main girl could drop the hard eyes under my picture, not the side. Side chick. Yo, side ting. You're supposed to do the swipe up, dog. Yo, side. You're supposed to do the swipe up. You see me looking at it on the picture, you swipe it up, that only I see it. That's why you the side. The main is all in the comments with it. Yo, that's my baby boo. Yes, all of that. Yeah. Everybody know they roles. So yeah, the side ting up in the comments. So yo, it's like a bat signal when your side chick comment on your shit. Your bitch sees it before you. Nigga, she sends it to you, you're like, I didn't even see the notification yet. What the fuck? How the hell this bitch? How the hell? Word too. So now, you gotta check your side chick, man. Yo, what the fuck is you doing? So now your girl like, yo, I'm gonna beat this bitch up. Women love saying that. I'm gonna beat this bitch up. I'm like, all right, bet. Okay, all right. Cool. Yo, women are so great. They catch you red-handed. They don't even be like, yo, I'm out. They're like, I'm gonna beat her up. You're like, yeah, beat her ass. Yeah, beat her ass for sucking my dick. Beat her fucking ass. Okay? Beat her ass. Right? Yo, beat her ass for fucking me, right? Yeah. That's that Offset shit. You remember when Offset was doing some funny shit on his phone? And he heard Cardi coming, he picked up the baby. He's like, she can't hit me if I got the baby now. Word. You know what I mean? Listen, I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes when your girl catch you, you just gotta hype her up to beat your side chick up that she don't take it out on you. You distract her. Like, yo, I don't even know why she commented on my picture. Like, I told her weird ass to stop doing all that shit. She know I got a girl. Why she commented hard eyes under my picture? Yo, she's weird as fuck. Man, that bitch is a weirdo. One in the chat, if you ever got caught, you got to call your side chick a weirdo. Gaslight the situation, you know what I mean? Your girl is tight, but she's on your team. Man, fuck her. I can't wait till we see her at the spot we always go. I'm going to fuck her up. And you're like, in your mind, you saying, I'm still going to fuck her. But okay, I'm going with your narrative. Fuck her up, babe. Fuck her up. Yeah. Okay. Fuck her up, baby. Fuck her up. Fuck her up. All right. The whole time you're like, I'm going to fuck her. Your girl said I'm going to fuck her up. Yeah. Cardi, hate to break it to you, baby girl. If the side chick make the main leave, the nigga ain't happy. And if the main make you block your side chick, you still not happy. Cause now why I gotta go text her off his Text Now app? So now I'm on the Text Now app because you made me block her. And why I gotta be on her Finsta? So now you got me off her main page. I'm on the Finsta. So now I'm on the Finsta and I got the burner page. I can't even stalk my side chick because you always gotta make sure your side chick not fucking nobody else. Yes, chat. I know this shit don't make sense, but it's facts. Your side chick is really like your second bitch. Like, she can't be getting fucked by mad niggas either. Yo, one in the chat, if you've ever like gaslit your side chick on some jealous shit. Yo, who you with? Yo, which nigga you with right now? You ever been laid up next to your girl texting your side chick? Yo, which nigga you with right now? The best. That's this type of gaslight, man. Yo! You ever been laid up with your girl? Like your girl fell asleep on your arm, you texting? You texting side bitch? You looking through stories, you seen that she out? Yo, what nigga you with right now? What nigga you with? Yo, there you go. You being a hoe right now. Whole time you laying up with your girl. Am I the only one that do that? Oh, okay, all right, I'm seeing the ones. Yo, it's a dirty game out here. Yo, the internet done fucked up dating, bro. The internet done fucked up dating, bro. The internet really fucked up dating, bro. This shit is the worst. This shit is the worst. Cardi, I'm telling the truth. You let that man, if you force that man to cut his side chick off, he's still not happy with you. Because now you got him on the Text Now app. He got to activate the Finsta. He got to then do the Snapchat. And by the way, there's a new method. I shouldn't even say this because I know some niggas laid up in bed right now with their girl. And when she go through your phone, she going to check it. I shouldn't even say it, but I might have to. Just tell her to close her ears. Y'all know a nigga, his chick was paying the bill, whatever, was doing everything. Yo, she had his location, everything. We ain't talking about the switch of location to the iPad shit. Yo, that nigga, because his chick would check the bill. Yeah, it was kind of a bum-ass nigga. If your girl paying your bill, that he was a bum. He couldn't DM or none of that. You know what he did? He had a shared note with the chick. He shared his notes. So he would just write in the note. That's the text. Holy. One in the chat, if you have been cheating and you think you're doing too much. Like, what the fuck? Feel like you feel like it's some olden days you using a payphone. Like, what the fuck is this? Shit. Another thing, Cardi, if you tell your man to block his side chick on Instagram, don't worry. They're just going to Snapchat. Yup. They're going to Snapchat. Yep. Meet them at the Snap. Their Snap score going to be 1 million. Don't you worry. And if you get them off Snap, they're going to Telegram. Yup. They're just jumping from app to app. Yo, they're just jumping from app to app. Didn't I tell you block that bitch off Instagram? Why you still follow this hoe? Like, why you blah, blah, blah? I bet. Now I'm following her on Snap. Yup. I'm following her on Snap now. It's Snap time now. We're snapping now. Bet. Why you following Snap? Hey, when you meet up with your side, like, yo, you ever heard of Telegram? Get Telegram. Yup. We encrypted now. Now we encrypted. Yup. We encrypted. Mm-hmm. We encrypted now. We encrypted. We gonna find one app. Like, trust me. We encrypted, nigga. We encrypted, bro. We encrypted. We encrypted now. I got one more method too. I just want to fuck it up for everybody. You know when she clocking all your social apps, but you still need to communicate? I got an app that's straight for business, but that's where you and her, that's where your side link at. Chat, I don't advocate no type of cheating. Whatever you hear, it is just, if you right next to your significant other, just know I am a aspiring comedian. Okay, I'm working on a set for my show that's coming up in was it January or February in Miami. And by the way, shout out to there's a couple people in LA. So you got to book a show out here. Like, even if it's a small venue, let's get a little comedy shit going on, man. This shit is not real. This shit is not real, man. Oh yeah, the college email, of course. Of course. Oh yeah. Well, I ain't gonna lie to you. Usually, WhatsApp is the first place you do it. Yeah, especially if you're dating like you with a Dominican chick. Yeah. You get off the text quick. Like, some of y'all are still on the old methods. Like, the old methods is like, yo, she catch you and she's like, yo, why are you texting that bitch? And you change her, like, all that Pizza Hut shit, like, yo, that's, or you change her name to him, oh, Michael. Come on, man. Come on, man. Rookie. That's some rookie shit. That's a rookie. You feel what I'm saying? Yo, niggas in here. Yo, man. Anyway.
It goes like this. The bitch walk away and never look back, and the niggas be hurt. And guess what?
Yo, I've been with my main chick more than my side chick. She's like, yo, you don't want to, like, you're not playing 2K today? Nah. Damn, what's wrong? My team lost. Like, I'm more than my side chick. Yeah. Yeah, we more than the side chick. You see, that's the thing. The main chick be thinking they too. The main chick, you just get like, y'all get 70% of our time in our heart, okay? But we care about the whole pie. You don't order a pizza and it come with like 3 slices missing. Nigga, we care about the whole thing. So yeah, I've been around my main chick more than my side chick. Fuck, man. Damn. I ain't gonna lie to you. I've been around my main chick, and then my side chick got a nigga who gonna take her serious, and I'm mourned again. Yeah. I'm with my chick just hugging her like, damn, I lost a good one. She looking at me like, why are you acting like that? Oh, it's nothing. No. Yeah, real niggas more than they side chick. There's only a few days sadder than when your side chick finds some bum ass nigga to start telling her that shit, told my he gonna take her serious and he gonna make her the main. Like her side chick days is done. And then you and her gotta have that talk. She's like, yo, listen, like I'm looking for something serious now, and I met this guy. You met this nigga? Shit crazy, man. Shit crazy, bro. Shit crazy.
You probably think you're gonna get the last laugh and you're gonna get the last cry.
Oh shit.
You wanna know why you're gonna end up getting the last cry? Because the nigga gonna end up hating you. Every single night when he goes to sleep and ends up realizing that he lost his bitch, he's gonna be like, damn, I lost my bitch for this whack ass bitch. For this messy whack ass bitch. And you think you're gonna end up with the nigga, but the nigga gonna end up hating you. No.
Yo, this is that reverse psychology shit girls do. Yo, girls be doing some like stupid ass reverse psychology shit. If you gonna cheat on me, at least cheat up. Bitch, if I'm constantly cheating up, why the fuck am I with you? Like, yo, hold on now. If I could do better, why the hell did I settle for you? You better hope I cheat around the same level or down. Because if you're a 6 and I'm cheating with 8s and 9s, it's, oh, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Like, women be trying, they be trying to reverse psychology us, like, nah, just find a better girl. Shorty, I thought you were the best I could do. That's why I wifed you. Like, if I thought I could easily do better, I wouldn't wife you. So you telling me at least cheat up is like saying at least put some difficult. Like, it's like playing a Hall of Fame mode. It's like yo, you playing It's like you playing It's like, why you want to up the difficulty sentence on my cheating? Yo, you trying to up the difficulty sentence? Yo, hold on now, nigga. You know how long it took for me to get you, and I thought you were the best I could do. So now when I'm cheating, I gotta do better than you? Oh, hell nah, man. We playing on all Madden. This shit is crazy, bro. We can't make a pass on pro. Now we playing on all Madden, man. Yo, these niggas jumping routes. This shit is crazy, dog. No. If you're a 7, I'm beating the bats down of some 5s. I'm hitting after 3 a.m. anyway. Nigga, I'm hitting it on the way from the club. Like, what are you talking about? Why the hell she got to be bad? I'm not being seen in she like a vampire. I don't ever get seen in a day with her. I get seen in a day with you. You got to be the 7. I go to the grocery store with you. This motherfucker over here, all she get is show up to the hotel. Damn, how you been? Where you been? Good? Side chick special. I got a bottle. Word 2, man. Word 2, bro. Word. I'm telling you, bro. Chicks trying to manipulate us. At least if you're going to cheat up. Like, what? Anyway. Let's get on to finesse 2 times, man. This nigga is funny, especially when he's off that alcohol. Watch this.
Man, young nigga. Bitch ass, young nigga.
So he was in, yo, look at this. So he's in the chat, he's on live, and a nigga comes in here and says, why be better? He flips.
What the fuck?
Yo, why he look like he just, why he got this, he got that little Dirk eyes, like, what's going on? Yo, it's like he's seen into a different dimension. What the fuck?
My man, my bitch. And you sit up and talking about why be better, cuz. What the fuck that got to do with me, cuz? What is you talking about, family? What the fuck you talking
ain't gonna lie, Finesse is kind of like me. He definitely get drunk and go live every day.
What the fuck that got to do with right now, young nigga? Man, sit your chili eating ass down somewhere, man. Man, sit your 4-piece fries, small fries. Sit your 4-piece spicy Wendy's nuggets, small fries, small chocolate milkshake with a toy ordering ass up food. Man, shut your Ruffles and Pedialyte drinking ass up food. You got me fucking up. Hey, man, leave me alone on this. I just seen Being the Done and Pooh Shiesty on the goddamn live stream. This the shit that they call rage baiting, bro. I just learned about this shit. So young nigga, Shiesty, if you listening, do not let them folk rage bait you. I done got caught up in this shit and I ain't going, fool. But stay off this shit, cause they will rage bait you. They will play with you. They playing with the biggest guns. They playing with the biggest fives, the biggest sixes, the biggest cribs, the biggest blood. Social media is a straight playground. Fool, them folk gonna play with your ass. Your ass think you gonna get on her.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. I could watch a whole day of Finesse 2 Times ranting, bro. Finesse 2 Times is fucking hilarious, dog.
Tough and gangster, them folk gonna play with your ass. They don't give a fuck about all this shit today, fool. I swear to God. But get what? When a nigga see them and boop, bop, bing, 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 they gonna learn. But get what? Until then, yeah, cool. Get money on. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But get what? Just know.
Yo, somebody said, why you got the top of the bottle, the top that usually be in the club? I ain't gonna lie, I got like a bar set. I got one of these, but I wouldn't put it on the bottle. Like, for what? Like, yeah, that is kind of crazy.
All that trolling, my nigga ain't gonna pick your ass up by your motherfucking shirt when they see you, bitch. They said you got a BBL. Your mammy she can afford one. You want a BBL for your bitch. But you can't get one. Loose teeth ass nigga. Oh, dirty socks ass nigga. Oh, shit. Dirty drawers ass nigga.
Oh shit.
Dirty bra ass bitch. Mustache now nigga. You ain't even shave no more. You can't even shave, fool. Dirty sweatpants, eh? Hooping ass now nigga. You trying to go to the gym and play. Man, dirty sweatpants having ass, young nigga. Quit playing on me, fool. Mustache, young nigga. Sour ass, young nigga. The fuck you got on my screen? Man, my screen cracked. I said that as soon as I turned the live on, man. Fuck is you talking about? I said my screen was cracked as soon as I turned the live on, fool. Lint roller built ass nigga, fool. Toothbrush built ass nigga, fool. Long shorts ass nigga. Long pants ass nigga. Long shirt ass nigga. Alright, fool. I ain't on that. You got that. Where you going?
Yo, does Finesse 2 Times still got 3 girls?
Come here.
Now, what he's talking about is Pooh Shiesty being in the club, right? No. He wasn't in the club. He was on Ben Adon's stream. And looked like there was a couple moments that people consider it like kind of rage baiting. For example, Rakai calls Ben the Don, and he shows Ben the Don Pooh Shiesty, and he immediately like says something about 4K Trey, and obviously, you know, Pooh Shiesty, you know, rocks with Dirk, and not necessarily it means he had to bring up Dirk, but you know, it's one of those again rage bait moments where somebody gets a reaction out of you. Here we go.
I'm 4K Trey.
So he says, I'm 4K Trey.
I'm 4K Trey.
Who? Rakai, what the fuck, man?
You said what?
You could hang up on him, cuz ain't no shit.
Rakai,
I'm finna call you right back. Drop a little Free pull up smirk, out. man. Free smirk. Free everybody.
Free the member, nigga. You said what?
You could hang up on him.
I'm 4K Trey.
Who? Rakai, what the fuck, man?
You said what?
You could
hang up on him, cuz. He ain't no shit.
Say hang up on him.
Rakai, I'm finna call you right back. The drop low will
Free
pull up
smirk,
out.
man. Free smirk.
Free everybody.
Free them members, nigga.
He will play the song when he ready. Like, that's the last thing I'm gonna say about that.
I'm getting out of the car.
Anyway. Okay. And there was another moment where I think he's walking into someone, to somewhere, and the girl from Chicago basically says they don't know Dirk. Pusha T was a little bit, here we go.
What the fuck? What he say? Yeah, I was gonna stab you in Memphis and everything.
He
man,
said he was finna make you chop a
You
game,
gotta
but
shake back, man. You one down right now.
You came on the camera bullshit.
Yeah, man. You gotta shake back, man. I apologize.
No,
now you two down. What the fuck? Don't apologize to me, nigga.
Man, Rakai, hey, look,
in
man,
the
you gotta, man, just rep anything, man. Just say you something, and then you good.
Damn, get on that. I'm 4K Dre. Who?
Rakai, what the fuck, man?
Oh, that's how it started.
You said what?
You could
hang up on him, cuz. He ain't no shit.
Rakai, I'm finna call you right back.
Okay, then this moment where it said Pusha T gets mad at a fan for not knowing who Dirk is on Ben and Don's stream.
Was that my jerk? Oh.
Lil Durk.
JCV Films with that fire gift, bro. I appreciate you.
OTL, what you talking about?
Oh. She was acting like she don't know Dirk.
Why you say it like that for? Come on, get your picture, man, before you get beat up.
Oh, wait, my phone.
Strange picture. Oh, shit. They're going crazy.
Yeah. Fuck wrong with her, Chad. She talking about who is that again? This Lil Durk. Stupid ass, huh?
Who is that again? Like, what you talking about?
Know what's going on.
Was that my...
Well. You know, Pusha T's out here. He's streaming with Ben the Don. You know, again, I'm excited to hear what he got coming up. But Pusha T is definitely out here. And he got to get used to this streaming wave. Now, I keep telling y'all, with this new era of streaming, it's hard for these rappers to maintain, I don't want to call it aura, but just maintain that image when they're on streams, right? Streaming is about trolling. It's about doing so many things that, like, you don't associate these rappers with. However, it's where people are going to for content. So, you know, obviously, I'm hoping Pusha T don't do a bunch of streams, but this was a cool stream. Yeah, Pusha T don't got no problem with YoungBoy, does he? No, he don't, right? I think.
Say five, this $100 million shit going on. We ain't going big before with no.
Nah, that's not. I think Pusha T kind of. Some people saying he don't fuck with YoungBoy. Who says that? I thought he didn't have a problem. You know, obviously he fucks with Dirk probably more, right? Like, come on now. But I never heard him speak down at has he? I never heard him speak down on I never heard him speak down on like YB.
You've been listening to when they're on the tablet, man.
This is what he said in jail.
Oh yeah, I've been heavy on this ESTG. You know what I'm saying? They need to put that Dirk on there, that new Almost Healed. I ain't even heard that whole yet.
They ain't put it on there?
What
Okay.
else? You know what I'm saying? Then NBA Youngboy, then I drop some on this motherfucker every day.
Damn, on the
That
tablet?
man, they drop an album every day on the tablet. Yo,
Whoa.
Oh shit, they got YoungBoy shit in jail. Okay. All right. Wait, who makes videos like this?
Pooh Shiesty just dissed NBA YoungBoy on stream, and you won't believe how this shit happened. See, after Rock High, who is a known 4KT lover, seen Pooh was on stream, he would call up Ben to tell Shiesty this.
Oh, I'm 4K Dre.
Who? Rakai, what the man?
Then he ran into a female fan, and she acted like she didn't know who Dirk was, so he told her this.
Over that 5 gifted, bro. I appreciate you.
OTL, fuck is you talking about? Why you say it like that for? Come on, get your picture, man, before you get...
Y'all think Pooh would have been wrong if he pulled a Chris Breezy in this situation?
What the fuck?
Respect killers ain't it. He don't want Chris back. The cliff jumped up on him once, now he hate it. Anxious to complete the hit, rolled up just to smoke once he faced it. Street nigga, plus I'm a rapper. My face on 2 billboards.
Oh, shit,
one for going platinum, one cause they think I killed before.
Ooh, this shit's on fire. I didn't hear
Before. Stop uploading them switches, little bro, they know who you will, boy. They know big bro a gangster and they know I got them in, boy. Nah, for real, I'm a real face up in my city. Don't speak on no legends in Memphis, if 30 ain't mentioned. One platinum in the industry, but diamond in them trenches. Free drenching, Shiesty, this shit 375, 150. Hey, I 15 spinning like a blender, put a nigga in it. She heard Bo been spending all the millions, nigga independent. Got the trap jumping up with gang, touch rap money in a minute. Turn the hood up off some chains, if you clap something, get appended. Couple homicides on the op block, out of high car, I was in it. That's a double lock, that's a Maybach, that's a drop top. I ain't rented. Told Glock superstar, still put your ass up top. I'm a menace. Shit ain't even worth it. Fuck it. Still told 30 get his ass to business. Blow your.
Nah, that sounds fire. That sounds fire. That sounds fire. Oh shit.
Somehow why be better? Cuz what the f that got to do with me, cuz? What is you talking about, family? What the f that got to do with right now, young man?
If you don't pay up now, then it's gonna take off 8 and shit. We gonna handle this shit, okay? I'm just letting you know that shit taking off. You know, if you're not gonna pay up, then that's cool. If you're not gonna be a man about your word, it's cool.
Okay. All right, man. Chat, I'm finna call it here. It's 5:20, man. I'm getting the fuck off a stream. I'm sorry for the late streams, and I know you guys got to go to sleep. Y'all probably got work, something going on. If not, y'all could go, y'all could watch. Somebody says what? Yo, y'all could catch me tomorrow. I'm gonna try to be on a little bit earlier tomorrow. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you guys were entertained. Yeah. All right. Take care, guys. Take care. I will see y'all tomorrow for day 13, I believe. All right. Peace. Love y'all.